Bonjour, veuillez prendre place s'il vous plaît, mesdames et messieurs, chers amis. Good morning, take your seats please, thank you. Est-ce qu'on pourrait fermer les portes derrière, s'il vous plaît, pour que nous puissions commencer? Merci. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Please take your seats. Let me first remind you that yesterday we have successfully concluded items 1 to 6B. The Bureau met this morning for the first time to discuss several issues, namely the revision of the timetable of the committee's work. The revised timetable is currently being published on the dedicated 17.com website. Now, today's session will start with continuing our examination on item 6C, on the update on the first cycle of periodic reporting of the implementation of the Convention and on the current status of elements inscribed on the representative list of the intangible cultural heritage of humanity by states parties in Latin America and the Caribbean 2021 cycle, and then in the Arab states 2023 cycle, and in Africa 2024 cycle. We will then move on to item 6D on reports by states parties on the use of international assistance from the Intangible Cultural Heritage Fund. If time allows, we will start item 7 with the presentation of the report of the evaluation body on its work in 2022 by the rapporteur of the evaluation body. The afternoon session will proceed with the items 7A, nominations to the urgent safeguarding list, and then 7B, nominations to the representative list of the intangible cultural heritage of humanity. Taking into consideration our heavy agenda for this committee, I ask you to be brief and concise in your interventions. Before we begin with item 6C, I understand that the Kenyan delegation wished to speak under item 6A yesterday to tell us Kenya's experience on the element inscribed on the urgent safeguarding list, traditions and practices associated with the Kayas in the sacred forests of Mijikenda, but they did not have a chance to do so. They have traveled a long way to be with us, and I would like to give them the floor now to share their experience. So, Kenya, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. We wish to join the rest of the member states in congratulating Your Excellency Ambassador Samir Adaher, Permanent Representative of Morocco to UNESCO, as the President of the 17th session of the Intergovernmental Committee of the Safeguarding of Intangible Cultural Heritage. We also express our gratitude and appreciation for the hospitality we have been shown by the people of this great kingdom. We want to sincerely thank the ICH Secretariat for the support, advice, and guidance whenever we have engaged, particularly when we have to meet our obligations as a state party. With reference to the traditions and practices associated with the sacred forests of the Kaya of the Mijikenda, we wish to report that in consultation with the practitioners of this element, the state party has revised the safeguarding plan and measures in place to realign them to the needs and abilities of the practitioners and bearers of this element to enhance the enactment of this element. The state party has evaluated the experiences of the previous plans and measures to put in place more effective mechanisms that will enhance the safeguarding of this element. Among them are planned community-based inventorying and periodic writing capacity building workshops with the practitioners of this element and other stakeholders who have been working with the community. The state party has included in its budgetary projections some financial support to enable the procuring of basic equipment to be used for the documentation of rituals and activities associated with the sacred Kaya forests of the Mijikenda, so the community can be central to the management of the documentation and inventorying of its intangible cultural heritage. In line with this, efforts are being made to ensure the establishment of a website specific to the element that is managed by the practitioners. This initiative is being rolled out to other communities, including those who do not have any element inscribed on any of the UNESCO lists of intangible cultural heritage. The state party is committed to continuing recognizing these living treasures from this community and other communities by nominating them as national heroes and heroines in a special category of persons, groups who have made tremendous contribution to the safeguarding of intangible cultural heritage of the communities of Kenya during the annual Mashujaa or Heroes Day celebrations. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Kenya, for sharing your inspiring experience with us. Many thanks. We will now start on item 6C. So please. Yes. Nous passons maintenant au point 6C. Il y a eu le point sur le premier cycle des rapports périodiques, sur la mise en scène de la Convention et sur l'état actuel des éléments inscrits sur la liste représentative du patrimoine culturel immatériel de l'humanité, des États parties d'Amérique latine et des Caraïbes, cycle 2021, des États arabes, cycle 2023, et en Afrique, cycle 2024. Monsieur le secrétaire, vous avez la parole pour nous présenter ce point. Merci beaucoup.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, and good morning, everyone. Following the reform of periodic reporting, which was aligned to the overall results framework of the Convention, as you're all aware, a new submission calendar of reports has been established by the Committee at its 13th session, and this now occurs on a basis of regional rotation, and that is why this item appears to explain how, in fact, we are always working on multiple regions at the same time within this new cycle. According to this new calendar, Latin America and the Caribbean was the first region to implement the reformed exercise under 2021, followed by states parties in Europe, who submitted their reports for examination by the Committee at its present session, and which we did yesterday under the 2022 cycle. The regions to follow will be next the Arab states, Africa, and then Asia and the Pacific under 2023, 2024, and 2025 cycles, respectively. As shown by the graph that is on the screen, periodic reporting is a four-phase process which takes place over a period of 4 years, and therefore this exercise is being implemented at the same time in 4 regions at a different phase. for each region. So what are the news from Latin America and the Caribbean? Last year, at its 16th session, the committee examined the reports submitted by states parties in Latin America and the Caribbean, as well as an analytical overview summarizing the main findings from these reports. We, however, continued the analysis with the research team established to prepare a full and complete analysis of the periodic reports from Latin America and the Caribbean, which is now presented as an input to the present session of the committee. As I said under item 5, the Secretariat has also prepared a layout version of this report, which I hope you will find attractive and easy to read. And this version of the report, which is the full analysis of the summary overview we did last year, is presented to this session of the committee as a revised document 6.c. I do not need to say much about the periodic reporting exercise in Europe because you have just examined their reports and an analytical overview under item 6b. Concerning the Arab states, they have all been working very hard this year, and under the 2023 cycle, thanks to a targeted capacity building approach, country focal points received training sessions with great collaboration from the Sharjah Institute for Heritage. These states are expected to submit their reports online by 15th of December of this year, and you will see the summary overview next year. For Africa, the periodic reporting exercise has just been launched, at least the capacity building for the periodic reporting under the 2024 cycle. We've started preparations for this capacity building, which are planned by UNESCO, and we have a generous offer to help work with the Category 2 Center in Algiers, Crespiaf. May I remind that we are looking for funding and support to do a full, proper capacity building approach in Africa, and next year would be a perfect year because we will be bringing together all the countries for the periodic reporting to go over issues such as nominations and trainings. So I launch here a call for those who are able and may be willing to fund our capacity building next year in Africa. Mr. Chairperson, allow me to end this presentation with a few small comments as ways forward. While it is a challenge to support 4 regions undertaking the periodic reporting exercise, we are learning lessons in this new periodic reporting that we are able to apply from one region to the next. The working documents include some of these key recommendations, particularly from the experience gained in Latin America and the Caribbean. The Secretariat is aware of the need to improve and refine the system. There are questions in the forms that need to be streamlined, and I realize there's over 100 questions, some of them requesting similar information. We will also deal with technical questions as quickly as possible. But at the same time, any structural solutions will need to be considered carefully as we move along in the reflection year following the full cycle. And finally, it's very important to recall that the outcome paper of the Mondiac meeting calls upon UNESCO to produce a comprehensive global report on cultural policies on a quadrennial basis. So it will be very important for the 2003 convention to start exploring and understanding how best we might need to adjust the process to make sure we are aligned with this overall comprehensive global reporting culture so that the periodic reporting exercise in this convention can effectively contribute to that overall report. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
Merci infiniment, Tim. Je voudrais féliciter tous les États parties et les autres parties prenantes impliquées dans cet exercice participatif fondamental pour le suivi de la mise en œuvre de notre convention. Remercions également le secrétariat qui, grâce à son soutien continu, a contribué à ces résultats. J'aimerais maintenant donner la parole s'il y a quelqu'un qui souhaite s'exprimer. Il y a le Pérou. La Slovaquie. La Tchéquie. Donc les demandes de prise de parole, il y aura le Pérou, suivi de la Slovaquie, et puis de la République tchèque. Pérou, tiene la palabra.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. Agradecer, ante todo, por el informe de la Secretaría y el acompañamiento que ha habido en este tema. Solamente nosotros queremos señalar que tomamos con mucho agrado el hecho de que la región de América Latina haya alcanzado un alto ratio de cumplimiento en la presentación de sus reportes, a pesar de las condiciones adversas causadas por la pandemia del COVID-19. También yo quisiera brevemente destacar aquí el rol de acompañamiento y apoyo que ha jugado el Centro Regional para la Salvaguardia del Patrimonio Cultural Inmaterial de América Latina, el CRESPIAL, por lo que, como lo hemos señalado anteriormente, es importante que sigamos impulsando y fortaleciendo la labor de este centro de categoría 2. Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
Merci beaucoup, le Pérou. La parole est à la Slovaquie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, we would like to thank the LAC countries who were the brave hearts that had the difficult task of testing the new form of the reporting mechanism in its entire range. Thank you very much also for the shared lessons learned that we had the chance to discuss with the representatives of the LAC countries during the online course on periodical reporting organized by the Secretariat in 2021. The results of the exhausting analysis and the content of the corresponding report are very inspirational. The reporting countries offer loads of examples of investment in institutions, education, awareness raising, and the development of policy frameworks for safeguarding, particularly in respect to tangible heritage management, intellectual property, and many more. Although an important part is dedicated to the reporting on the elements inscribed in the representative list, the mentioned examples show that the representative list is just one of the tools for safeguarding the ICH, especially concerning the discussion on Article 18 initiated by Sweden that we very much welcome. We also look forward to the overall analysis of all cycles after all state parties to the Convention finish their periodical reports to see the development of the Convention 2003, as well as the colorful mosaic of the ICH safeguarding practices that will be created by all countries together. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup à la Slovaquie. La parole maintenant est à la République tchèque. Merci.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We would like to thank the Secretariat for further information on the ongoing phases of the cycles in the regions whose state parties have not submitted periodic reports since the last session. We also thank you for your key recommendations and appreciate the work of the team which prepared analysis of periodic reports from Latin America and the Caribbean, successful in terms of content and graphic design. We once more congratulate state parties for a fruitful first reformed cycle. We are satisfied that Africa 2023 cycle has already begun. I wonder whether we, together with the first three reporting regions, can share our experiences and support stakeholders in the African region so that this demanding exercise could be finished effectively and in time by as many state parties as possible. We wish the Arab region successful final work on their reports, timely submission, and an even higher percentage return than in Latin America, Caribbean, and Europe regions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Merci beaucoup à la République tchèque. Je vais donner rapidement la parole à Tim pour répondre un peu à votre interrogation. Et puis, nous passerons à l'adoption de la décision. Tim, la parole est à toi.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson, and I'd like to thank all the comments made and the question or the offer, I don't know if it's a question and offer from Czechia to engage also with the upcoming cycles of periodic reporting so that we build on lessons learned. I think that's a wonderful idea. In fact, we did have a brief exchange, as was mentioned by this delegation of Slovakia, between some of the focal points with Latin America and Europe so that they could pass on their experiences, since Latin America was the first, and then Hopefully we do the same, Europe and Arab states and everybody. We want to accumulate. We have a new reporting system. We're seeing very positive results and we need to learn less. So any offers to accumulate and share lessons learned are of course extremely welcome and will accommodate them. I reiterate, we also need money in order to run these capacity building workshops, and I call, please, for support, financial support. But certainly sharing of experiences and lessons learned from one region to another is an extremely positive approach, and we will welcome it. Please contact us. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Tim. Donc passons maintenant à la décision. Veuillez vous référer au document 6.c et à son projet de décision. Est-ce que nous, voilà, il est déjà à l'écran, c'est très bien. Donc, si vous pouviez le faire défiler pour que l'ensemble des membres du comité puissent en prendre connaissance, je pense qu'il est déjà sous leurs yeux, mais l'ensemble des États partis également. Je demanderai au comité donc si on peut adopter cette décision 17.com 6.c telle qu'elle apparaît sur les écrans, ou bien vous souhaitez que nous procédions paragraphe par paragraphe. Il n'y a pas d'objection. Je pense que dans un souci de gain de temps, il serait bien de l'adopter en tant que dans sa globalité. Donc s'il n'y a pas d'objection, je considère la décision 17.com 6.c comme étant adoptée. Merci. Est-ce qu'il y a quelque... Pardon. Est-ce qu'il y a une demande de prise de parole? Les observateurs peut-être? Il n'y en a pas. Ok. We move on now to another sub-item under item 6, which is 6.d, reports of state parties on the use of international assistance from the Intangible Cultural Heritage Fund. As you can imagine, this is an important means to take stock of the implementation of the convention on the ground. Mr. Secretary, please, the floor is yours to present the item. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Dear committee members, Article 24.3 of the Convention provides that the beneficiary state parties shall submit to the committee a report on the use made of the assistance provided for the safeguarding of the intangible cultural heritage. This document covers the reports submitted by states parties during the period of 1st of July 2021 to 30th of June 2022, and presents an overview of the implementation of the international assistance mechanism. Under the reporting period, there were 42 projects in 34 state parties that have been supported with international assistance for a total amount of $4.9 million United States dollars. At this session, 9 final reports and 14 progress reports submitted are presented in Annex 1 of the document 6D. The other 19 projects for which reports are forthcoming are listed in Annex 2. With your permission, Mr. Chairperson, I would like to ask my colleague, Ms. Leila Maziz, to provide more details regarding this item.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Merci, Tim. J'aimerais partager quelques observations générales et des tendances intéressantes concernant la portée des actions des projets d'assistance internationale qui sont actuellement mis en œuvre. Lors de la 16e session du comité, nous avions constaté une diminution du nombre d'assistances internationales soumises par les États parties, avec 21 projets traités en 2 ans. Cette situation était principalement due à la pandémie de Covid-19. Nous observons depuis une tendance à la reprise quant au nombre de demandes soumises par le secrétariat, qui a traité 20 demandes entre le 1er juillet 2020 et le 30 juin 2022. Le déploiement géographique du mécanisme d'assistance internationale se poursuit avec 34 États parties bénéficiaires, dont 9 sont des petits États insulaires en développement, PEID, et 17 des États de la région Afrique. La part de plus en plus importante prise par ces derniers vient à répondre à la priorité globale de l'UNESCO pour l'Afrique, puisque 43% des projets en cours le sont au bénéfice de la région Afrique, groupe électoral 5A, comme le montre le graphique circulaire sur vos écrans. Au cours de la période considérée, cela représente un montant de 2,1 millions de dollars des États-Unis. Le mécanisme d'assistance internationale poursuit donc son élargissement en soutenant un large éventail de projets dans les domaines de la sauvegarde tels que la sensibilisation, l'inventaire, la revitalisation, la transmission et le renforcement des capacités. Le renforcement des capacités reste l'objectif principal des projets d'assistance internationale avec plus de 50% des projets en cours. Ces projets contribuent au renforcement des capacités des communautés et au développement d'inventaires communautaires avec la participation de ces mêmes communautés. Il est important de souligner qu'une grande partie de ces projets ont tiré parti du matériel de formation développé dans le cadre du programme de renforcement des capacités. Ils ont également bénéficié de l'appui des experts du réseau global des facilitateurs. Les projets dédiés à la sauvegarde du patrimoine vivant, ainsi que ceux axés sur les éléments inscrits sur la liste de sauvegarde urgente, voient leur nombre augmenter. Quant aux projets consacrés à l'inclusion du patrimoine vivant dans l'éducation formelle et non formelle, ils contribuent au développement de supports pédagogiques spécialisés dans le patrimoine culturel immatériel ou encore à la mise en place de formations pour le personnel enseignant. Pour aller plus loin, je vais présenter en détail les nombreux efforts qui ont été déployés au cours de l'année pour intensifier la mise en œuvre du mécanisme d'assistance internationale. D'abord, il faudrait rappeler que depuis sa mise en place, en 2008, et ce jusqu'au 30 juin 2022, 59 États parties ont bénéficié d'une assistance financière du Fonds du patrimoine culturel immatériel, pour un montant total de 9,4 millions de dollars. Cela représente pas moins de 116 projets financés à ce jour. Plus de la moitié des demandes approuvées, soit 54%, l'ont été au bénéfice des États du groupe électoral 5A de la région Afrique, ce qui représente 5,05 millions de dollars des États-Unis, soit plus de la moitié du montant total des fonds accordés. Par ailleurs, un cap important a été franchi pour le mécanisme de l'assistance internationale. La première assistance internationale multinationale a été soumise par les États parties du Belize, du Costa Rica, de Cuba, de la République dominicaine, de El Salvador, du Guatemala, du Honduras, du Nicaragua et du Panama. Ce projet intitulé « Renforcement des capacités des dirigeants communautaires et des gestionnaires publics du patrimoine vivant des communautés afrodescendantes dans la région SICA et à Cuba » a été approuvé par le Bureau en octobre dernier. Ce projet permettra de renforcer encore la coopération régionale pour la sauvegarde du patrimoine culturel immatériel. Dear members of the committee, the global reflection on listing mechanism has led to a broadening of the modalities of the international assistance mechanism, resulting to new support available for state parties, such as preparatory assistance for the elaboration of requests from the transfer of an element from one list to another, preparatory assistance for the elaboration of requests of nomination file on an extended or reduced basis for an element already inscribed, international assistance to request the transfer of an element from the representative list to the urgent safeguarding list, and finally, state parties can submit a request for international assistance up to $100,000 at any time during the year for examination by the Bureau of the Committee. Therefore, state parties are invited to take advantage of these new opportunities offered under the international assistance. Now, I am reaching the end of my presentation, and I would like to record that the Secretariat is continuing its action to promote the international assistance mechanism through the development of various communication tools, such as the toolkit for requesting international assistance, which is available in the exhibition hall. In parallel, a strategy for the monitoring, evaluation, and identification of lessons learned for international assistance projects will be presented at this current session under item 12, which should take place on Friday, 2nd of December, according to the provisional agenda. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Leila. And now open the floor, excuse me. I open the floor. Does anybody wish to take the floor on this item? Thank you. Just raise your plates, yes. Là-bas derrière. I will be reading the list. So the committee members, we have Ethiopia, Peru, Burkina Faso, India, Sweden, and among the observers we have Senegal, Gambia, and Japan. Is there any other request before we give the floor? I see none. So
Yes.
Malaysia, okay. Namibia, okay. Is there anybody else who want to take the floor? I see none, so let's begin, please. You can lower your plates, thank you. Now I give the floor to Ethiopia. Ethiopia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ethiopia appreciates that the Secretariat gave Electoral Group 5A special attention in benefiting from the Intangible Cultural Heritage Fund through UNESCO's Global Priority Africa. We also appreciate what is indicated in the draft decision that state parties from electoral group 5A continue to be the main beneficiaries of international assistance from the Intangible Cultural Heritage Fund in accordance with Global Priority Africa, and welcomes the increasing number of requests submitted by the SEEDs. So we support fully the report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Ethiopia. Now I'm giving the floor to Peru. Peru, you have the floor.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. Perú quiere agradecer profundamente a la Secretaría por la aceptación de los fondos que van a ir dedicados al proyecto multinacional en Centroamérica, del Grupo SICA de Centroamérica, y queremos también anunciar de que es un mecanismo que, si bien desde el Crespial se han manejado diversos proyectos multinacionales, es la primera vez que se han solicitado fondos directamente para proyectos regionales en América Latina, y nos parece que es una iniciativa y un precedente importante. En ese sentido, quería invitar a todos los miembros del comité y observadores al side event que se va a realizar en la sala del Buró mañana miércoles a las 6 de la tarde para profundizar sobre los alcances de este proyecto que nos tiene con gran interés en la región. Muchas gracias.
Merci beaucoup, le Pérou. Je pense que le message a été entendu. La parole est au Burkina Faso. Burkina Faso.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Durant la période 2020-2022, le Burkina Faso a bénéficié d'une assistance internationale pour le renforcement des capacités des acteurs intervenant dans la sauvegarde du patrimoine culturel immatériel. La première phase a été exécutée avec succès et a permis d'aboutir à la sélection de 12 facilitateurs nationaux. Et la reprise de la deuxième phase va consister à la formation de 225 acteurs locaux et par les 12 facilitateurs nationaux sélectionnés. Par ailleurs, ma délégation voudrait souligner que dans le cadre du renforcement du réseau global des facilitateurs, dans le cadre du réseau global des facilitateurs, le Burkina Faso se réjouit donc de ce que les professionnels du domaine du PCI aient été sélectionnés pour rejoindre ce réseau global. Le Burkina saisit l'occasion pour traduire toute sa reconnaissance au comité pour l'approbation de cette demande d'assistance internationale et aux pays donateurs qui, par leur contribution, ont permis ce renforcement de capacités. Et par ailleurs, le gouvernement voudrait donc les exhorter à poursuivre leur soutien, notamment à la région Afrique. Je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup, le Burkina Faso. Now I'm giving the floor to India. India, you have the floor.
Thank you, Excellency. This is the first time I'm taking the floor, and I would like to thank you and the Kingdom of Morocco for its extraordinary hospitality and efficiency in holding this program in Rabat. Excellency, India supports this decision of 6D. We are very happy with the international assistance that is being provided, as well as the report submitted by the Secretariat. Article 23 and 24 is very important for those countries that are faced with certain issues that require international assistance, and it is evident that the international community, especially that in UNESCO, takes that step forward for the safeguarding of the ICH in those countries. India is particularly pleased with the capacity building allocations given to Group 5A, which is the African countries. India is also supportive of the steps taken for the assistance given to Latin American countries. We look forward for the discussions under item 12, which will be held later during our meetings. And we hope that the toolkit for international assistance is made more readily available. If it's available on a one-click on the website, it would facilitate countries and state parties much more easily. Excellency, I take this opportunity also to inform that India stands ready to partner with African and Latin American countries and has taken the step for the establishment of the Indian Institute of Heritage, which is going to be an avant-garde institute near New Delhi to prepare for the next generation of preservationists, conservationists, museologists, and people dealing with the cultural heritage, both tangible as well as intangible. Thank you, Excellency.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you, my dear Vishal, for the kind words you had towards my country. Thank you. Very appreciated. Now I'm giving the floor to Sweden. Sweden, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson, and good morning. Thank you for your report and the presentation to the Secretariat. We are grateful for your hard work. We thank you for the information on the different possibilities to request international assistance for different kinds of safeguarding work. For example, preparing nominations to the urgent safeguarding list, and this is also possible for proposals to the register. We believe that it might be a good idea to consider the same opportunity for other nominations. Article 20D in the operational directives states that purpose for international assistance can be any other purpose on that the committee may deem necessary. So we have a question for the Secretariat. Would it be possible for the committee to include preparing nominations to the representative list for states with no elements previously inscribed? Thank you.
Thank you, Sweden. I will give the floor later on to Tim Curtis to respond to your remarks, of course. Now, giving the floor to Malaysia. Malaysia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Excellency. Malaysia appreciates the efforts of the Secretariat in continuing its actions to promote the international assistance mechanism, notably by providing technical support to state parties. The development of the toolkit for requesting international assistance from the 2003 Convention for the safeguarding of the intangible cultural heritage has benefited state parties and other stakeholders to promote the objective of international assistance, its modalities, and the procedures for submitting a request to the fund. The special session held in March 2022 for the Asia-Pacific region greatly benefited Malaysia, among others, in the region. Over the past few years, there has been a significant reduction in the number of requests approved by the Bureau compared to the application received. Nevertheless, Malaysia wishes to seek clarification regarding the reasons for the large number of rejection of submission in year 2018, which would greatly benefit other state parties. Thank you.
Thank you, Malaysia. Now I'm giving the floor to Botswana. Botswana, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. The Botswana delegation is delighted by the significant and growing number of approved international assistance requests for the reporting period. We take note that requests from Africa constitute 43% of the approved projects. The Botswana delegation agrees that this is in accordance with UNESCO's Global Priority Africa. Botswana would like to congratulate state parties that have been granted international assistance for the first time. Mr. Chairperson, Botswana also noted with concern that no requests were submitted by state parties to develop nominations for the urgent safeguarding list or the register of good safeguarding practices, and also that no requests were received for preparatory assistance for 2 consecutive years. Botswana has submitted a request for the fund for the implementation of the safeguarding plan for Speru folk dance and associated practices. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Merci beaucoup au Botswana. Évidemment, comme je l'ai dit tout à l'heure, Tim interviendra un peu plus tard pour répondre à l'ensemble des questions et des commentaires qui ont été émis. Maintenant, nous passons aux observateurs. Oui, ok, Tim. Donc, je donne la parole d'abord à Tim et puis nous passerons voilà, aux interventions des observateurs. Merci.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Indeed, just if I may answer committee members before, so that there was a few questions. There was a question from Sweden about the possibility of funding preparatory assistance for nomination files to the representative list for states not having any element inscribed, if I understand correctly. A question from Malaysia about the 2018 cycle, and I thank the delegation of Botswana for raising the issue that we have received no requests in the last 2 years for either the preparatory assistance for urgent safeguarding list or good safeguarding practices. I also take the opportunity to assure the delegation of India that we can find a more easily accessible way on our website, and we'll look into it for the toolkit. We've in fact just revamped our website, so we'll also look at making that a little bit more accessible. Indeed, I think the question posed by Sweden is very interesting and pertinent. I think we need to bear in mind it has to be measured against, if I may say, the non-success of that available funding that is already there for the Register of Good Safeguarding Practices or for the Urgent Safeguarding List. However, we are limited now, not necessarily by the text of the convention, but by the operational directives. So the operational directives actually do specify what kind of preparatory assistance under their paragraph 21. They have just been extended within the framework of the open-ended reflection. So initially it was only for preparatory assistance for nominations to the urgent safeguarding list and proposals for the good safeguarding practices. Preparatory assistance can now be requested for the transfer of an element from one list to another and for extending or reducing multinational elements. However, there is no provision there. That doesn't mean it's not possible. It just means the committee will need to forward this to the General Assembly with a proposal, perhaps, if the committee thinks it's noteworthy, but there must be some, perhaps for countries that have no elements inscribed, why not? It's not a bad idea to have a preparatory assistance mechanism to assist them in their first inscription and to provide some capacity building in that regards. But I do call on those states who may be interested in proposing elements to the urgent safeguarding list or to the register or practices to the Register of Good Safeguarding Practices. Please do use this. As Botswana mentioned, it is there, and we're waiting for requests to come in that sense. For Malaysia, I understand you've looked at the numbers of the tables, and indeed you will see in 2018 and 17 there was a big backlog of projects. That was when we set up, for a bit of history of the convention, where we set up a special dedicated team for the international assistance mechanism. And it was at that stage that we intensified to catch up on the backlog and to fix things. So that was precisely the period where we had a big backlog of requests, some of them better, some of them that was 4 years ago. And I believe we're now running much more smoothly, precisely through those reforms that were taken. But again, these reforms, when we introduce reforms through the system, it always takes a couple of years for their effects to be seen. So I hope that answers the question of Malaysia. Mr. Chairperson, I think I've answered all the questions. If there are any others, I apologize and I'm willing to answer them. Thank you.
Merci infiniment, Tim. J'espère que les réponses apportées par Tim ont été satisfaisantes par rapport à l'ensemble des remarques et questions qui ont été soulevées par les membres du comité. Évidemment, s'il en est besoin, Tim reviendra évidemment vous apporter des éclairages. Nous allons passer maintenant, donner la parole aux observateurs. J'ai sur ma liste le Sénégal, la Gambie, le Japon et la Namibie. Est-ce qu'il y a une autre demande de parole de la part des États partis, observateurs? Il y a la Guinée, Il y a le Nigeria. Oui. Très bien. Donc, je donne la parole au Sénégal, qui sera suivi de la Gambie. Le Sénégal, vous avez la parole.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Et puisque c'est la première fois que le Sénégal prend la parole, au nom de la délégation sénégalaise que je représente ici, et avec les regrets de l'ambassadeur, son Excellence, qui est empêché, et le directeur du patrimoine aussi, et je ne pouvais pas, au fait, passer sur ce point 6D sans pour autant avoir en mémoire votre collègue, votre compatriote Abdoul Aziz Guissé, l'ancien directeur du patrimoine du Sénégal, rappelé à Dieu en début 2022. Donc il a travaillé pendant une quinzaine d'années avec vous et participé à beaucoup de vos travaux. Donc c'est en 2015 exactement qu'il a eu à faire un dossier pour que le Sénégal bénéficie d'une assistance internationale, qui nous a valu aujourd'hui d'avoir au moins réalisé un travail d'inventaire portant sur un inventaire du PCI avec 59 éléments inscrits déjà sur une liste. Ce qui est quelque chose de très très important parce que le Sénégal, qui a 7 sites classés selon la Convention 72, avait du mal encore à finaliser un travail pour l'immatériel. Donc je pense qu'aujourd'hui, j'ai en mémoire un peu tout ce qu'il a fait et pour honorer sa mémoire aussi, il me fallait un peu prendre la parole et aussi remercier en même temps l'organisation, les organisateurs et la qualité de la documentation que nous avons reçue et aussi aller directement dans le sens un peu de faire un plaidoyer pour que cette assistance internationale puisse aussi permettre de favoriser l'interculturalité à travers des initiatives transnationaux. J'ai déjà, pour la Convention 72, l'expérience du Sénégal et de la Gambie qui ont porté, par exemple, un travail sur les mégalithes. Donc ce sont, à mon avis, des initiatives aussi intéressantes parce que l'interculturalité, que ce soit sur la Convention 2005 ou 2003, on retrouve clairement que c'est aussi un facteur de promotion de la paix entre les pays. Et je pense que aussi c'est de notre devoir d'accompagner des initiatives comme ça. Je vous remercie de l'accueil et de l'organisation au nom de la délégation sénégalaise que je représente. Merci.
Merci infiniment le Sénégal et je souhaiterais, au nom de l'ensemble des membres du comité, vous présenter toutes nos condoléances et vous exprimer toute notre sympathie. Merci beaucoup. La parole maintenant est à la Gambie, qui sera suivie par le Japon. La Gambie, vous avez la parole.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. I think this is the first time I'll also be speaking as the ambassador from Gambia. First of all, I would like to express our sincere appreciation since the Gambia is also among the countries that has, benefited from international support in terms of capacity building. We are at the moment also, implementing a capacity building project on strengthening national capacities for safeguarding intangible cultural heritage and its contribution for sustainable development. Now, it's important for me to note that the capacity building is being supported by UNESCO, and the facilitators are also, doing very well, and those are, from Zambia and Uganda. And I think one of the facilitators are also, one of the facilitators is even around. So really, on behalf of the government of the Gambia, I would like to express our sincere appreciation for this capacity building, which is really contributing very well in raising awareness about ICH and also really helping us to gain knowledge on the 2003 convention. On that note, I would also want to commend my counterpart from Senegal for mentioning the issue of us working together between the two countries. On that note, I would think I will definitely, congratulate the Kingdom of Morocco for, hosting us and really doing very well in terms of making our stay a very memorable one. Thank you.
Merci infiniment à la Gambie, évidemment, comme je le dis. Vous êtes chez vous, dans votre deuxième pays, le Maroc, et cela s'adresse évidemment à l'ensemble des participants à cette session qui nous ont fait l'honneur d'être présents sur le sol marocain aujourd'hui. Merci beaucoup. La parole est au Japon. Le Japon, vous avez la parole.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, my friend Ambassador Samil. Since it is my first time to take the floor, let me first of all congratulate you on your chairmanship. Since I was not here yesterday, please allow me to make short general remarks. I understand that my name was mentioned a few times yesterday by my colleagues in connection with the global reflection on the listing mechanisms, and I would like to thank my colleagues for this. Some of the achievements in this regard were to set up a simplified process for international assistance, as mentioned by the Secretariat, and also a process for the transfer of the elements between the lists, particularly from the safeguarding list to the representative list. I hope member states can make use of these new processes and other processes, such as the representative list. But the reform of the intangible heritage should not stop here. We commend the Swedish government for taking initiative on Article 18 related discussions. On the question of assistance, Japan has been supporting a project for safeguarding living heritage in emergencies in 5 countries: Bahamas, Belize, Fiji, Tonga, and Vanuatu. Climate change and other natural disasters could destroy the communities exercising their living heritage. We should support those communities. After all, the most important factor in the intangible heritage is to help and encourage the communities to preserve their heritage. Therefore, it is my earnest hope that in all discussions in this committee, the encouragement to the committee concerned will be the main focus. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Merci infiniment, Monsieur l'Ambassadeur. Très cher Oike, effectivement, hier, énormément de délégués vous ont rendu hommage, et à commencer par moi-même. Et vous me donnez là l'occasion de vous dire encore merci au nom de l'ensemble des membres du comité et au nom de l'ensemble des États partis, parce qu'effectivement, vous avez fait un travail merveilleux par rapport à la réflexion sur les mécanismes d'inscription. Et cette convention et l'ensemble des États partis vous seront à jamais reconnaissants par rapport aux efforts que vous avez consentis, par rapport à votre engagement et par rapport à votre sagesse. Un grand, grand merci. Je le redis encore aujourd'hui. Merci. La parole est à la Namibie.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Since Namibia is taking the floor for the first time, the Namibian delegation would like to congratulate you, Chairperson, for your excellent leadership. We would like to further commend the government of the Kingdom of Morocco for the warm and generous hospitality. Namibia is also pleased that capacity building remains a priority for the Africa region. Namibia is indeed grateful to UNESCO for the financial support, in particular for the safeguarding of the Kurua practices of the Ovaherero, Ovambanderu, Ovahimba, and the Ovademba communities, enabling significant progress and strengthening capacities for the implementation of the convention at national levels and community levels across the different geographic regions in Namibia. Namibia is most thankful to the unwavering support we continue to receive from the Secretariat. Despite major setbacks imposed by the COVID-19 pandemic, we would use this opportunity to reaffirm that the Namibian government remains committed to the successful and impactful implementation of the Kuruo project, and to continue promoting the spirit and the values of the convention. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
Merci beaucoup la Namibie et je suis très heureux qu'effectivement, en cohérence avec notre priorité Afrique, que de plus en plus de pays africains bénéficient de cette assistance internationale. Nous avons aujourd'hui le témoignage. Merci infiniment. La parole maintenant est à la Guinée qui sera suivie du Nigeria. La Guinée, vous avez la parole.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je commence par présenter toutes nos excuses par rapport à notre absence à la cérémonie inaugurale due à des raisons de déplacement. Au nom de la délégation guinéenne, je remercie l'UNESCO pour tous les efforts fournis dans le cadre de la mise en œuvre de la Convention de 2003 au niveau national. La dite convention qui a été ratifiée en 2008, le 20 février 2008. Pour rappel, en 2017, grâce au soutien du bureau régional de l'UNESCO à Abuja, nous avons bénéficié d'une assistance qui nous a permis d'évaluer les besoins des groupes et des communautés sur toute l'étendue du territoire national. Au terme de ces consultations régionales, on s'est rendu compte que les éléments de notre patrimoine culturel immatériel sont dangereusement menacés dus aux facteurs anthropiques, naturels, et voire même l'influence des religions monothéistes. Donc, pour contrer ces menaces, nous avons élaboré un projet intitulé « L'inventaire participatif et promotion des ensembles instrumentaux de musique traditionnelle ». On s'est rendu compte que ces ensembles instrumentaux de musique traditionnelle perpétuent encore les pratiques artistiques du mandingue médiéval à travers les chants, les danses et les rites, y compris les instruments qui leur sont associés. Donc, on a soumis une demande d'assistance financière à hauteur de $100 000 à l'UNESCO. La dite assistance qui a été acceptée sous réserve d'intégrer des observations. Ce que la demande a été observée, il y avait des incohérences entre les activités planifiées et la planification du budget. Donc, je saisis l'occasion pour demander à l'UNESCO de bien vouloir nous apporter cette assistance financière parce que nous comptons resoumettre la dite demande pour sauvegarder les éléments de notre patrimoine culturel immatériel qui constituent un pan fragile de notre patrimoine culturel national. Je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup à la Guinée. Encore une fois, bienvenue au Maroc. Je pense que votre appel a été entendu par l'ensemble des membres du comité. Je pense qu'ils y répondront de manière positive le plus rapidement possible. Maintenant, dernier intervenant est le Nigeria. La parole est au Nigeria.
Thank you very much, my brother, His Excellency Samir, and I want to thank you for the manner in which you steer the work of the committee with team of the Secretariat, and also want to thank the Kingdom of Morocco for the excellent hosting and the hospitality granted to us. Nigeria would like to particularly thank the Secretariat for the comprehensive report on this item. We note with particular interest that 40% of active project benefit state parties from the electoral group 5A. This represents $2.1 million of the amount of the assistance granted in line with the UNESCO's Global Priority Africa. This trend is encouraging, especially in our interest to see that the newly approved operational strategy for Priority Africa and the flagship Program 3 on fostering cultural heritage and capacity development culture is well implemented. Nigeria has benefited from capacity building assistance in the past within the scope of the International Assistance on ICH. We recall the projects on support for the effective implementation of the 2003 Convention for the Safeguarding Intangible Cultural Heritage in Nigeria. This is done between 2014 and 2017. We therefore express our support for the decision on this item. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Merci beaucoup, le Nigeria. Je pense qu'il n'y a plus de demande de parole, donc nous allons passer à l'adoption de la décision, si vous le voulez bien. Donc c'est le document 6D. Ah, pardon. Excusez-moi, la parole est aux Seychelles.
The Seychelles would like to take this opportunity to congratulate the chair and the committee and the UNESCO Secretariat for this wonderful organization. Seychelles also congratulates the Kingdom of Morocco for the amazing hospitality and the warm welcome extended to all the participants. The Seychelles take this opportunity to thank the UNESCO for all assistance provided to the Seychelles for the inscription of the Mucha in the listing of intangible cultural heritage for humanity. It is the first for Seychelles. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Merci beaucoup aux Seychelles. Y a-t-il une autre demande de prise de parole avant que nous passions à l'adoption? Je n'en vois pas, donc nous allons passer à l'adoption du projet de décision 17.com 6.d, tel qu'affiché sur l'écran. So, may I ask the committee to adopt draft decision 17.com 6.d as shown on the screen. Do you wish to proceed paragraph by paragraph, or do you wish to adopt it as a whole if there is no observation on the draft decision? Je ne vois pas d'observation par rapport au projet de décision. Donc, je considère que cette décision 17.com 6.d comme adoptée. Merci beaucoup. Tim is telling me that among the countries who have benefited from international assistance and completed their projects, some wish to share with us their experience. So I have a list here: Cambodia, and then Eswatini, Mauritania, Mongolia, Togo, Uganda, Zambia, and Zimbabwe. Cambodia, is there any
Oui, Monsieur le Président.
statement or yeah?
Merci, Monsieur le Président, de m'avoir donné la parole. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, bonjour à vous tous. Puisque c'est la première fois que je prends la parole, permettez-moi tout d'abord, au nom de la délégation du Cambodge, d'exprimer mes sincères remerciements et félicitations au gouvernement du Royaume du Maroc pour l'organisation de la 17e session du Comité intergouvernemental de sauvegarde du patrimoine culturel immatériel de l'UNESCO et pour l'accueil chaleureux dans cette belle ville de Rabat. Je souhaite saisir cette occasion afin d'exprimer ma profonde gratitude au comité intergouvernemental qui a approuvé l'assistance internationale pour le plan de sauvegarde du Chapay Dongwen sous la demande du Royaume du Cambodge. Le rôle du comité intergouvernemental ainsi que l'organe d'évaluation et le secrétariat à l'UNESCO sont nombreux et essentiels. Nous sommes tous conscients des responsabilités que vous portez d'année en année. Et c'est avec votre professionnalisme que nous pouvons assurer un bel avenir concernant la préservation des héritages du monde pour les futures générations. Et maintenant, Monsieur le Président, sous votre permission, je souhaite donner la parole à mon collègue, Monsieur Sion Sopiret, le directeur général technique du ministère de la Culture et des Beaux-Arts du Cambodge, pour vous présenter en synthèse et l'expérience de la situation actuelle du Chapay Dongwen. Je vous remercie.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Your Excellency, Minister. Chapay Dongwen is a long-neck lute which is played mostly accompanied by melodious singings. In the past, this musical tradition was very popular in Cambodian society. However, before the inscription on the urgent list of safeguarding on the urgent list in 2016, the practice were alarmingly on the verge of disappearing. Thanks to the inscription and the UNESCO international assistance for the implementation for the safeguarding plan covering the period from November 2017 to November 2021. Today, Chapay Dongwen clearly does not present the need for urgent safeguarding. Young people more active and interested in learning and preserving the Chapay, while the general public is now fond of the Chapay performance. While preserving value and traditions, highlighting and integrating Chapay in other forms of performances has gained tremendous popularity. One of the music video, Time to Rise, as an example in which Chapay Master Kung Nai, one of the surviving masters from the Khmer Rouge regime, played along with a famous rapper Vanda, hit 103 million views on YouTube worldwide. This music video does not only raise the awareness and visibility of Chapay, but also promote the creativity in music video industry in Cambodia. Our efforts now are to continue to present these magnificent musical tradition for its viabilities and continuities as highlighted intangible cultural heritage of Cambodia, with a wish to move it to the representative list of intangible cultural heritage of humanities. The Ministry of Culture and Fine Arts will continue to support and work closely with practitioners, communities, and other relevant stakeholders, both private and public, to create an enabling environment for Chapay to thrive. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Merci beaucoup, Cambodge. Je voudrais souhaiter la bienvenue à Madame la Ministre. Vous êtes la bienvenue au Maroc et nous sommes très très heureux de vous avoir ici parmi nous à l'occasion de cette 17e session. Tous mes respects et notre amitié. Merci beaucoup, Madame la Ministre.
Monsieur le Président.
Je donne la parole à la Mauritanie maintenant.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je voudrais exprimer au nom de la Mauritanie nos profonds remerciements à la bonne accueil et l'hospitalité de cette rencontre ici à Rabat. Pour l'élément mauritanien, je crois que dans cette vidéo qu'on va présenter tout de suite, réside une mémoire collective qui donne des lumières sur les coutumes, les traditions et la diversité culturelle dans la Mauritanie avec ses langues nationales et ses traditions culturelles anciennes, parce que la Mauritanie est un point et un pont entre l'Afrique et le Maghreb arabe, et avec ces relations culturelles dans cette région sans frontières. Il y a beaucoup de cultures, beaucoup de relations et dialogues de civilisation et de rencontres culturelles. Donc c'est une image de la Mauritanie avec cette diversité culturelle qui garde toujours le patrimoine de l'Afrique, du monde arabe, et nous sommes très contents d'ajouter cette image à la mémoire collective du Comité du patrimoine immatériel. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Je remercie infiniment la Mauritanie. Je pense que nous allons pouvoir voir la vidéo maintenant.
Le ministère de la Culture, de la Jeunesse, des Sports et des Relations avec le Parlement de la Mauritanie, en étroite collaboration avec l'UNESCO, travaille dans le cadre de la protection du patrimoine culturel immatériel. La République islamique de Mauritanie fait partie des 163 États qui ont ratifié la Convention pour la sauvegarde du patrimoine culturel immatériel qui a été adoptée par l'UNESCO en 2003. Cette convention est un instrument international qui répond à la nécessité de définir la notion de patrimoine tout en apportant une reconnaissance aux formes d'expression culturelle qui n'entrent pas dans la conception matérielle du patrimoine. Conscient du rôle central que joue le patrimoine culturel de notre pays dans l'affirmation de notre identité musulmane, arabe et africaine, les autorités nationales, accompagnées des partenaires techniques et financiers, ont érigé la préservation de notre patrimoine en une priorité politique nationale. Ainsi, le ministère de la Culture de la Mauritanie a lancé un projet intitulé « Renforcement des capacités des ONG actives dans le domaine du patrimoine culturel immatériel ». Le projet vise à souligner l'importance des communautés et de la société civile dans la protection du patrimoine culturel vivant. Ce projet de renforcement des capacités des ONG vise par ailleurs à donner aux participants les compétences et les outils nécessaires pour la sauvegarde du PCI en Mauritanie. Afin de mettre en œuvre le projet, le bureau du comité intergouvernemental a accordé à la Mauritanie une assistance internationale d'un montant de 94 300 $, ce qui a, entre autres, permis d'élaborer des guides simplifiés du PCI, de concevoir des affiches et des dépliants déclinés dans toutes les langues nationales. Ces supports ont contribué à atteindre l'ensemble des cibles communautaires tout en valorisant le patrimoine culturel national. La mise en place de plusieurs ateliers qui a vu la participation d'une trentaine d'ONG a facilité la création d'un réseau national des OSC de sauvegarde du patrimoine culturel immatériel. Outre ce projet, un autre relatif à la sauvegarde de l'épopée Oulad Mbarek est en cours de réalisation. Le projet, qui est mis en œuvre par la Fondation internationale du Festival d'Ain Farba, avec la participation des communautés locales, bénéficie d'une enveloppe financière de 88 375 $, vise à renforcer les capacités des détenteurs du PCI, inventorier l'épopée à travers le répertoire de poèmes, assumer l'accès et la transmission de la tradition. Pays de culture et de tradition orale, la République islamique de Mauritanie a jugé nécessaire de préserver la culture de l'oralité à travers le projet Tradition orale nationale. Avec une enveloppe financière de 90 562 $, ce projet de tradition orale nationale est mis en œuvre par l'Institut mauritanien de recherche et de formation en matière de patrimoine et de culture. L'objectif de ce projet est de sauvegarder puis valoriser le corpus sonore hérité de nos traditions. Ainsi, grâce au soutien de nos partenaires, c'est plus de 5040 minutes, soit 84 heures d'enregistrement qui ont été faites aussi bien à Hassania, Pulaar, Wolof et Soninké.
Merci infiniment à la Mauritanie et bravo. Bravo pour ce que vous êtes en train de faire pour la sauvegarde de ce magnifique patrimoine mauritanien. La parole maintenant est à la Mongolie. Je crois qu'il y a un PowerPoint qui va être projeté. Merci. Je crois qu'il y a un point d'ordre demandé par l'Inde. India, you have the floor.
Excellency, I seek your guidance and assistance here. I find myself a bit disoriented on the sequence of agenda items that we are following, and I would request some guidance. I know that agenda item 6D was adopted last time, and after that, can you please guide me as to the agenda item that we are on at present? Thank you, Excellency.
Merci, Monsieur l'Ambassadeur. Nous sommes toujours au point 6D, décision adoptée, mais je vais demander à Tim d'intervenir pour vous répondre. Merci.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Now, just to explain, we are indeed, we have not moved to the next agenda item. The decision has been adopted, but it is customary in this committee for states that have finalized their international assistance projects, those who have finished them, to have a few minutes to show the results of their projects. So this is a custom, I would say, of this committee, where at the end of this item on the international assistance mechanisms, those states who have actually finished their projects during the year are given an opportunity to present them. So that is where we are. We have not started the next item. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency. If we could have had a list of the countries that were making the presentation, we would have been much better prepared to appreciate the presentations, Excellency. Apparently, on the provisional timetable that was given to us, the names of the countries were not mentioned, although perhaps in the international assistance, these countries have benefited, and that is the reason, Excellency, there was a bit of confusion on my part. But thank you for your clarification, and we can go.
Thank you, Excellency. I'm giving the floor once again to Tim.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Now, just for perhaps a clarification, indeed, in Annex 1 of the report, there are the received reports, and in highlighted in blue, perhaps it's not clear enough, highlighted in blue of this Annex 1 are those countries that have submitted their final report and therefore for which the projects are finished. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
Thank you, my dear Vishal. La parole est à la Mongolie.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Thank you for giving me the floor for sharing the outcomes and experience of the projects with state parties in the 17th session. So between 2000 and 2022, there are two projects implemented by the International Assistance of Intangible Cultural Heritage Fund in Mongolia for enhancing the viability of ICH elements, folk songs performance technique of limb performances, circular breathing, and Mongolian traditional practices of worship in the sacred sites, which were inscribed in the urgent circular list in 2011 and 2017. When Mongolia was nominating these two elements into the urgent circular list, there was very few practitioners registered, and percentage of the repertoire of the artworks that utilized the traditional method among the professional musicians tremendously decreased, and the number of masters who are knowledgeable enough to properly conduct the traditional worship rituals and ceremonies has decreased dramatically due to the prohibition done in 20th century, and only 20% of 1,000 traditionally worshipped sacred sites worshipped by the locals. Within the past years, the government of Mongolia paid much attention for enhancing the viability of these heritage elements by modifying legal environment and supporting practitioners, committee stakeholders who are actively participating in the safeguarding of these elements and promoting the significance of the heritage elements among the general public. With the implementation of these two projects, Mongolia has received so much benefit for enhancing this viability of the two elements. And the project, Folk Song Performance Technique of Limb performance, circular breathing, implemented by the National Center for Cultural Heritage and the Mongolian Association for Olympic Performers, and fieldwork conducted and database created and temporary cabinet for apprenticeship training founded in 7 places, and apprenticeship training organized on basis of 10 practitioners. Besides this, capacity building and raising awareness measures and research conference and contents organized. And as a result of this project, the distribution of the circular breathing extended from the 8 places into 14, and 40 apprentices trained, and number of practitioners of the circular breathing increased over 160 now. The second project is the supporting natural and cultural sustainability through revitalization of and transmission of the traditional practices of worship in the sacred sites in Mongolia. And this project implemented by the UNESCO accredited NGO in Mongolia, the Foundation for Protection of Natural and Cultural Heritage, with the support of National Center for Cultural Heritage and other state and local cultural organizations. And as a result of this project, 2-year nationwide culture nature journey under the motto, let's appreciate and respect the sacred homeland and our heritage, in between of 2018 and 2020. And this journey was also organized in framework of the collaborative campaign of ICOMOS and IUCN. As a result of this project, more than 800 local communities were actively involved in nationwide culture nature journey in Mongolia. And on the field research materials, the Foundation and National Center for Cultural Heritage established the National Inventory and Information Database of Sacred Sites in Mongolia. And also the national contest for best practices to revive and promote worship practices was announced among the communities from October 2019 and June 2021. And the national contest highly attracts general public and local communities and authorities, and the contest was finalized in October 2021. More than 100 local communities successfully participated in the contest, and 21 of them were selected and awarded with the certificates of honor and cash rewards. In conclusion, the viability of these 2 elements have enhanced, and number of practitioners increased, and community people and stakeholders are actively involved in the safeguarding activities. And these projects made contribution to improve cooperation between communities and non-governmental organizations and governmental organizations, and capacity building of stakeholders and transmission of these heritage elements to the youths. And I would like to highlight the support of Ministry of Culture Mongolia was vital in the implementation of these projects in all ways. And further discussion and research has already started in Mongolia to transfer these elements from the urgent safeguarding list to the representative list. And in the end, I would like to express highest appreciation to those practitioners, community people, and relevant stakeholders who played active role in the implementation of these 2 projects. Last but not least, Mongolia would like to express its heartfelt gratitude to evaluation body, ICH Fund, and Secretariat of 2003 Convention for decisions made for enhancing the viability of these 2 heritages in Mongolia. And thank you so much.
Merci infiniment à cette présentation, à la Mongolie, pardon. Merci infiniment pour cette présentation extrêmement intéressante. Je passe la parole maintenant à l'Ouganda. Ouganda, to be followed by Zambia, yes. Hein? Ok. Donc la parole est à la Zambie. Zambia. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for this opportunity for Zambia to present their report. We also thank you for your chairmanship as we are taking the floor for the first time at this Intergovernmental Committee meeting. Also thank the Secretariat for their work, for making it easy for all of us to be able to attend these meetings and receive funds and reports in time. We thank the country of Morocco for their goodwill in hosting us in their country as we are enjoying the weather patterns that are unpredictable, but it's a good experience. One of the major support that Zambia has received so far from UNESCO, it has been the funding of the degree program in intangible cultural heritage under the University of Zambia. The degree program was meant to strengthen the capacity for safeguarding and management of intangible cultural heritage in Zambia. The project had the three objectives, namely to provide a critical mass of experts for the safeguarding of intangible cultural heritage in Zambia, to improve the level of training of administrators and experts working in the field of intangible cultural heritage to degree level, to provide a niche for critical research and in-depth understanding in this field. The project was approved in 2017 at the financial cost of $334,820 United States dollars. The implementation of the project was to run from 2018 to 2021. The sponsorship for the students in their last or fourth year of study on the program under this project was undertaken over by the government of the Republic of Zambia up to the end of the program, which the program was being finalized in November of this month. That's when the students were finalizing. This was done as agreed and committed by the government of the Republic of Zambia. The project was supposed to enroll 20 students, but ended up enrolling 16 at the beginning of the program. 15 students are expected to graduate since they've written their final exams, as one of the students unfortunately passed away. The students were mainly gotten from the Department of Culture and Traditional Affairs, from National Museums Board, and from the community too, from the community as well. The project was able also to support 2 PhD students who are currently still working on their research part of their programs. At the beginning of implementing the program, there was also a training of academicians and lecturers and other stakeholders in provisions of the 2003 Convention. The training of academics and stakeholders at this stage was to prepare for the implementation and managing of the Intangible Cultural Heritage degree program. The finalist students on this program have carried out projects in communities that have a direct safeguarding approach, such as awareness raising, documenting, and inventorying, among others. Some of these originally student projects have been adopted by communities for continued implementation. Side by side with all the mainstream training programs is the ongoing short-term training in community-based inventorying of undergraduate students from the University of Zambia, other universities, other learning institutions, media institutions such as Zambia National Broadcasting Corporation, Zambia News and Information Services, the National Museums Board, National Heritage, and other stakeholders. The degree program that has been started with the support of UNESCO will continue being run by the University of Zambia as it has become a permanent program. I submit, Mr. Chairman, and thank you very much for the opportunity.
Merci beaucoup, la Zambie. Le dernier intervenant est le Zimbabwe. Je crois qu'il y a une vidéo aussi de prévue. La parole est au Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe, we have the floor.
Zimbabwe is speaking for the first time, and we wish to thank the Kingdom of Morocco for the hospitality and congratulate you for the colorful official opening ceremony. We also wish to congratulate the chair of the 17th IGC and the Secretariat of the UNESCO 2003 Convention for the good work and the report that you have tabled. As a recipient of the international assistance from the Intangible Cultural Heritage Fund of UNESCO, Zimbabwe is very grateful for this invaluable support. Our most recent projects include one by Nimbe Trust, which is an NGO, on the capacity of communities to safeguard traditional dance expressions as performing arts heritage on the western parts of Zimbabwe, and another by the Chinhoyi University of Technology on inventorying oral traditions, expressions, local knowledge and practices of the Kore of Urungwe district in the northern Zimbabwe. The funding of these projects has seen successful awareness raising and domestication of the 2003 convention among community members, getting entrenched in Zimbabwe with a huge impact that includes among others, capacitated local communities to valorize their ICH elements in a world that is at high risk of becoming monocultural, the inclusion of inventoried elements from the Nambia, Tonga, Venda, Ndebele, and Kore communities of Zimbabwe onto the national inventoried list, from which some will be drawn for nomination for listing with UNESCO. Capacitated and empowered local communities through the training of trainers of women, youth, traditional leaders, and government officials on community-based inventorying, which is now cascading to more community members. The acceptance of a culture of documenting elements and transmitting ICH through digital means for community's sake and posterity, for posterity. We have also been able to create communities' sense of dialogue and peaceful coexistence as they appreciate their ICH and sustainably transmit and safeguard it. We have been able to revive forums for discussion and exchange of information on community-based ICH inventorying processes and best practices. We have also empowered communities to apply for international assistance for their community-based inventorying activities within their districts, and we continue to raise awareness of ICH in Zimbabwe's communities, which has resulted in a national policy of celebrating the country's living cultural heritage for the whole month of May, and this has been inaugurated by the government in 2022. Therefore, Zimbabwe profusely wants to thank UNESCO for the ICH funding, and we thank you all. Thank you very much.
Merci, thank you, Zimbabwe. And I would like to thank you all for sharing your experience with us. And dear members of the committee, we have completed the examination of item 6D. I didn't see the video. I'm sorry, there is a video from Zimbabwe. Yeah.
mubabayera muzirungu
nitwagali bunga twabusiga bugoroba twali kulisenya amanyera amatete zeni nitwaga zoti twasiga twagomena twanjira munyere nzizezi nzitwali kwamba mbu twagali kujita wagubamba kutuli kubamba ogu jabotalo ogomeni ndi kulanga kambo tuli kulangirira bya kuti amwi itunsi yansi yatwesu tiyoja twa abana bajiri kusule kamba ya mabuku takasoegwipe ano yoliko kuma office amwi bano bola futi kabibulusya mbubono
Ndi Matias Ntabeni Mafuko ndichizwala somo wange St Mary's change ward 20 ezemizano ndakatanga 1976 kutanga kwa deni zvakavira kukutamishovo zokukwimba yozo zonotisa kuti luji luzivikane luji lunofunika kuti kukwala nokukwimba nokulebereka chinambya chinozivikana.
Unzano yoyu umbodo kasakasa unzano yoyu unosoti banja kwa makole manji safeno kana tinda kuno.
Thank you very much, Zimbabwe. Now, dear members, we have completed the examination of item 6D. So I thank you all, and now we will be moving to item 7. Je pense que le point 7 était très attendu par tout le monde, et j'espère également qu'il sera le moins sportif possible et le plus soft. En tout cas, j'en appelle à votre esprit constructif et à l'ouverture d'esprit de chacun des membres de ce comité. Merci. So, we move on now to item 7. We move on now to item 7, a report of the evaluation body on its work in 2022. I see that the chairperson of the evaluation body, Mr. Pierluigi Petrillo from Italy, its vice chairperson, Mrs. Nahla Abdallah, Imam from Egypt, and its rapporteur, Mr. Kirk Siong from Singapore, have joined us on the podium. They are here. Mr. Secretary. Mr. Secretary, the floor is yours to present the item. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Dear committee members, the evaluation body for the 2022 cycle was established by the committee at its 16th session last year. The body is tasked to evaluate nominations to the urgent safeguarding list that are examined under item 7A. This year it also includes one nomination to the urgent safeguarding list combined with an international assistance request. It is also tasked to evaluate nominations to the representative list that are examined under item 7B, as well as proposals to the Register of Good Safeguarding Practices, which are examined under 7C. And for this year, we have one request for international assistance greater than $100,000, which is to be examined under item 7D. As with previous years, the evaluation body was asked to evaluate a high number of files, 56 files in total. We would like to commend the members of the evaluation body for their efforts and dedication to the work they carried out. The rapporteur will present the work they did soon. I wish to inform the committee that 2 files have been withdrawn by the submitting states, as indicated in the revised document 17com 7b, Rev Ad 2, and they are the files Granada, from Granada 17com 7b12, Shakespeare Mass, a traditional component of Carnival unique to Kariakou, as well as file 17com 7b476 from Belgium and France, Living Fairground Culture and Showman's Art. Allow me, Mr. Chair, in this session, therefore, the committee is asked to examine 54 files in total over the course of the next 3 days. Allow me, Mr. Chairperson, to explain a little how item 7 and its sub-items related to nominations are organized so as to facilitate the smooth conduct of the debates. First of all, Mr. Kirk Siang Yeo, the rapporteur, will present a brief oral report on the work of the 2022 evaluation body and key cross-cutting issues identified by the body during the 2022 cycle. Following the oral report, the floor may be open for specific questions that committee members may wish to address to the evaluation body on its report. At that stage, you are asked to kindly restrict interventions to questions to the evaluation body concerning issues addressed in the overall report. This is because the adoption of the overall decision on item 7 will be suspended until after the examination of all the individual nomination files. The committee will then proceed to evaluate all individual files one by one, as per decision 16com 16 taken last year. Nominations will be examined in English alphabetical order, starting with the files of states whose names begin with the letter C under each mechanism. This means that the examination for the urgent safeguarding list will start with the nomination submitted by Chile, and the examination for the representative list will start with the nomination submitted by Cambodia. The examination for the Register of Good Safeguarding Practices will start with the proposal with the project submitted by Czechia. A tentative schedule with estimated time slots has been made available under item 7 on the webpage of this session. That document is called Order of Files. The schedule will be discussed by the Bureau of the committee and is subject to change. The revised order of files will be published on the webpage as the changes may come in. I would also like to highlight that for the discussion of individual files, all amendments received through our dedicated email address have been circulated in the language and format received to all members of the committee through the mailing list established for this purpose. As I mentioned, the general debate will take place after you have evaluated all individual files, at which point we will move to the adoption of the overall decision 17com 7. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
Thank you, Tim. So allow me to say a few words on how the debates will be organized in terms of time management and amendments. These aspects were covered in the circular message sent on 4th of November to the states parties to the convention. The provisional timetable, as approved by the Bureau of the 17th session of the committee on 4 October this year, foresees 5 sessions, or about 15 hours for nomination-related items. This means if the committee discusses each case, only 16 minutes per nomination can be foreseen. So following the practice started several cycles ago, the proposal is that all decisions under item 7 and its sub-items would be adopted without debate, unless a committee member wishes to raise a particular point, of course. In principle, for draft decisions for which we have not received any amendments or requests for debate, the committee will adopt them as a whole. With regards to draft decisions for which amendments were submitted, however, the committee will adopt them paragraph by paragraph. I would like to take this opportunity to inform the committee that the Secretariat has received amendments on the following nominations. Panama requested on behalf of the GRULA Group to open a debate for the nomination of Knowledge of the Light Ram Masters, submitted by Cuba, and the Holy Week in Guatemala, submitted by Guatemala. We have received amendments on the following nominations also. Okay. Brazil submitted an amendment for the overall decision on item 7, report of the evaluation body on its work in 2022, draft decision 17.com/7. This amendment is supported by Angola, Panama, Paraguay, Peru, and Rwanda. Brazil submitted an amendment for the nomination Knowledge of the Light Ram Masters by Cuba for inscription on the representative list, draft decision 17.com/7.b.5. This amendment is supported by Angola, Ethiopia, Panama, Paraguay, Peru, Rwanda, and Vietnam. Saudi Arabia submitted an amendment for the nomination festivals related to the journey of the Holy Family in Egypt by Egypt for inscription on the representative list, draft decision 17.com/7.b.7. This amendment is supported by Brazil, Malaysia, Uzbekistan, Bangladesh, Morocco, Mauritania, Vietnam, India, and Paraguay. Saudi Arabia submitted also an amendment for the nomination Modern Dance in Germany by Germany for inscription. La parole est à l'Allemagne, un point d'ordre.
Excusez-moi mille fois de vous interrompre, mais la Sainte Famille est soutenue par l'Allemagne également. Je ne sais pas si c'est pas arrivé chez vous. Merci.
Ok, c'est bien noté. Merci, Monsieur l'Ambassadeur. As I mentioned, Saudi Arabia. Tim, you want to add something? Yes.
Sorry, just to clarify, the document that your chair is reading was the original document. We've received emails, but in any case, all of these will come back for the individual examination of the individual files in terms of co-sponsorships. So there's plenty of time still to fix. Thank you.
Merci, Monsieur le Secrétaire. So, as I been mentioning, Saudi Arabia submitted an amendment for the nomination of Modern Dance in Germany by Germany for inscription on the representative list, which is draft decision 17.com/7.b.10. Paraguay submitted an amendment for the nomination Holy Week in Guatemala by Guatemala for inscription on the representative list, draft decision 17.com/7.b.13. This amendment is supported by Brazil, Ethiopia, India, Panama, Peru, Rwanda, Vietnam, and I guess this list will be updated later on when we will be examining this file. Bangladesh submitted an amendment for the nomination Yalda Chella by the Islamic Republic of Iran and Afghanistan for inscription on the representative list, draft decision 17.com/7.b.15. This amendment is supported by Ethiopia, India, Malaysia, Republic of Korea, and Uzbekistan. India submitted an amendment for the nomination Orteke Traditional Performing Art in Kazakhstan, Dance, Puppet, and Music by Kazakhstan for inscription on the representative list. Draft decision 17.com/7.b.20. This amendment is supported by Malaysia, Uzbekistan, Republic of Korea, Saudi Arabia, Bangladesh, Brazil, Morocco, Peru, and Mauritania. Saudi Arabia submitted an amendment for the nomination The Art of the Traditional Blues with Embroidery on the Shoulder, Altita, an element of cultural identity in Romania and the Republic of Moldova, by Romania and the Republic of Moldova for inscription on the representative list. Draft decision 17.com 7.b23. This amendment is supported by Paraguay and Brazil and probably will be updated later on. So, for each file examined, the submitting state will have a total of 2 minutes after adoption, as I mentioned previously. La Mauritanie, vous avez la parole.
Monsieur le Président, pour le projet de la Roumanie était appuyé par la Mauritanie aussi.
C'est ce que je disais tout à l'heure, il y aura probablement d'autres appuis, donc on en parlera tout à l'heure. Merci beaucoup la Mauritanie. For each file examined, the submitting state will have a total of 2 minutes after adoption to deliver a statement and or show a video clip as customary. For multinational files, the time limit is 3 minutes. Members wishing to discuss or amend specific draft decisions on nominations to the lists, proposals for the Register of Good Safeguarding Practices, or the request for international assistance were invited to inform the Secretariat by today, 8 a.m. Rabat time, of course. This is merely a matter of organization so that any changes on the timetable may be discussed at the Bureau meeting, and the Bureau may establish the list of files for debate before the nomination-related items begin. About the rules and working methods of the committee. Dear colleagues, I wish now to recall several other important points about the procedure of our debates under this item, which are the rules and working methods of the committee that I kindly ask you to respect. As for other items, priority is given to committee members, but I will also give the floor to state parties, non-members of the committee, and other observers, if time allows, of course. Let me remind you of the 2-minute limit for each intervention. If need be, I will not hesitate to use a timer. States non-member to the committee shall not take the floor when the committee examines individual nominations. The exception to this rule is given under Rule 22.4 of the Rules of Procedure of the Committee. Submitting states may take the floor to reply to specific questions and to provide information in reply to questions raised by committee members concerning their file. At the same time, please note that the same rule specifies that submitting states, whether a member of the committee or not, shall not speak to advocate their own nominations, but only to answer the specific questions raised. I wish also to clarify how I intend to proceed with this item related to nominations in terms of decision-making process. The approach that I propose takes into account our past decision and practice, and it is also in light of the committee's decision 11.com/8 regarding the clarification on the decision-making process concerning inscription, selection, or approval of nominations, proposals, and requests. In accordance with paragraph 14 of the Rules of Procedure of the committee, my duty as chairperson is the smooth conduct of the proceedings and the maintenance of order. This will constitute my main line of action during our debates. I will also try to ensure that the spirit of consensus and international cooperation prevails throughout the debates and decision-making process of the committee. And may I remind ourselves that the draft decisions proposed to us have been prepared by the evaluation body, a consultative body created by us to assist us in an in-depth examination of the nominations. We elect its members in light of their expertise and with full consideration of balanced regional representation. Therefore, I ask that our debates and our decision-making process shall, of course, demonstrate respect toward the expertise and diligent work of the evaluation body. When amendments are put forward, I will seek to establish consensus through appreciating both supporting arguments and objections to those amendments under consideration. To this end, when an amendment is proposed, I will first determine whether it receives an active relative support from the committee. This means that I will be looking for the expression of support from at least 1/3 of the committee members. In the case of an objection by a committee member to this amendment, I would then seek the active broad support from the majority of the committee members. It is my understanding that the committee members, and I'm asking if I understood well, that you wish to maintain the tacit working agreement, first put in place at the 12th session of the committee in 2017. This was previously referred to as the gentleman's agreement, where committee members agreed to refrain from inscribing files for which the evaluation body recommended not to inscribe the nomination and those for which more than 2 criteria have not been satisfied. In other words, if nominations have 3, 4, or 5 criteria for which the evaluation body recommended to refer or not to inscribe, then the agreement is for the committee not to inscribe these nominations. I hope that I understand well that this agreement has been upheld since its inception in 2017. Of course, the committee is free and sovereign to discuss these nominations. Once again, it's not a rule, it's a gentleman's agreement. And indeed, there were cases in the past when a debate was open to discuss safeguarding issues. However, the committee eventually decided to uphold the recommendations of the evaluation body, bearing in mind their expertise and experience. I also note that some submitting states have chosen to withdraw their nomination files, which I understand to be in the spirit of the working agreement and for which I would like to thank them. The significant work has been undertaken by the committee to improve the credibility, accountability, and the operationality of the listing mechanism through the global reflection of the listing mechanism that took place between 2018 and 2022. With a number of these revisions have yet to take effect, as it will take a cycle or two to start seeing the results. Some revisions are already operational. For example, the dialogue process between the evaluation body and submitting states during the evaluation of nominations, for which there were, for this session, 11 cases The members of the committee, I reiterate the smooth conduct of our debates is of prime importance, and allow me to emphasize that our decision-making process has an impact on the whole convention, not only the work of the committee, but also the convention, as I mentioned. So it is our duty, I hope, as a member of the committee, to keep these considerations in mind throughout our debates. So now I'm asking you, do you have any comments or questions on the procedure proposed for the examination of the files? And I'm addressing, of course, the committee members. I see Brazil. Ethiopia also. there any other requests for the floor? So, India also wish to take the floor, yes? Paraguay? Okay. So what? So I will give the floor to Brazil, to be followed by Ethiopia, India, and Paraguay. Brazil, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, dear colleagues. Brazil would like first to commend the evaluation body for this thorough report. It is indeed much more than a technical report. It was truly a paper through which we can learn some relevant lessons for the development of our convention. Brazilian experts from the Intangible Heritage Department have also analyzed many of the files, and you know how difficult can be this task. Regarding the working agreement, we would like to recall that since 2017, 5 dossiers with 3 or more criteria, and 1 that was proposed for non-registration, were opened by the committee. Looking to all these precedents from different regional groups, you can only come to the conclusion that the working agreement negotiated by that committee is more a general principle rather than an imperative law. Just as the evaluation body makes its analysis on case by cases, so should we. In this cycle, we understand there are some inconsistencies that we would like to debate, We cannot step down from our responsibilities as members of the committee. When we were elected, we committed ourselves to analyze the files and to share our perceptions. Not opening files on the request of members of the committee would undermine the legitimacy of the committee itself. Our region supports the idea of having more dialogue and a broader view on some files. We want to share our impressions, but we also want to listen other impressions. So we'd like to ask to interchange some point of views on the files that we request as work, and we believe this is the core reason why we held the committee, to have this opportunity to dialogue. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Je remercie beaucoup le Brésil. La parole est à l'Éthiopie. Je voudrais juste préciser que nous n'avons pas encore entendu la présentation du rapport de l'organe d'évaluation. Donc je demande aux membres du comité qui veulent s'exprimer, qu'ils s'expriment sur la partie qui est liée à la procédure de travail que j'ai exposée. Et les interventions sur l'organe d'évaluation viendront après, évidemment. L'Éthiopie.
Thank you, Chair. Ethiopia would like to echo what has been said by the previous speaker from Brazil. I think, as it has been explained by and said by the Director General in her opening sermon session, we appreciate the scientific community's recommendation and we have to be abide by that regulation. However, concerning the working agreement proposed now, I think we appreciate the scientific community's proposal and suggestions. However, at the end, it has to be debated here in the committee in a democratic manner. And if we are talking about the need of the country, we have been talking several times about the capacity building and the state parties encounter to prepare a commendable document. So that it has to be up to the committee to discuss and to reach at a certain conclusion. This is what we would like to comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Ethiopia. Now I'm giving the floor to India. India, you have the floor.
Excellency, because we are short of time, I'll make it quick. A point of order was raised regarding the festivals related to the journey of the Holy Family in Egypt by my friend, the German delegation. Could you please let me know which are the countries that are co-sponsoring that? And the second one was regarding the Moldova-Romanian amendment sponsored by Saudi Arabia. I would like to know the list of the co-sponsors there as well. Thank you so much.
Merci, Monsieur l'Ambassadeur. Comme je l'ai précisé tout à l'heure, lorsque nous arriverons à l'examen des dossiers, dossier par dossier, évidemment, nous allons évidemment updater la liste des co-sponsors, évidemment, de chaque amendement. Merci, Monsieur l'Ambassadeur. Ahora Paraguay. Paraguay tiene la palabra.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. Apreciamos la gran tarea del órgano evaluador. Sabemos que es un trabajo arduo e importante, así como el trabajo de la Secretaría. Como miembros recientes hemos repasado las directrices operativas y hemos estudiado a fondo las funciones del comité. Entendemos que es el comité la máxima autoridad de la Convención y es el comité el que asume la responsabilidad ante los Estados por la aplicación de los principios establecidos en la Convención. Pero existen situaciones que hacen necesario que se abra el diálogo. En ese sentido, apoyamos lo expresado por Brasil. El proceso de evaluación para analizar un elemento no es un proceso exento de subjetividades, como toda actividad humana, y la recomendación dividida sobre un elemento es un claro ejemplo de esa subjetividad. Y un proceso siempre es diferente a otro. Por eso no creemos que sea recomendable asumir formas establecidas en otro contexto y aplicarlas como una camisa de fuerza. Estamos seguros de que ese no es el espíritu de la Convención. Hay hechos y es el comité quien debe administrarlos. No debemos temer el ejercicio del debate sano. Es la base de la democracia, es la base de la justicia y de la paz por la que trabajamos todos. La palabra es nuestra herramienta de trabajo y es haciendo uso de ella que podremos resolver los temas difíciles. Hay inquietudes de los estados, hay datos objetivos que dan cuenta de un desequilibrio y leyendo el informe del órgano evaluador se puede apreciar ciertas situaciones que generan inquietudes que deben ser discutidas sin temor, con honestidad y claridad. Cuando los criterios parecen ser muy firmes en un sentido y más flexibles en otro, es natural que se generen inquietudes y entendemos que es el comité donde se deben de evacuar y debatir esas inquietudes. Nada puede estar mal si damos paso a la razón que dialoga. No queremos que ningún Estado sienta que no ha sido escuchado. Muchas gracias.
Merci beaucoup le Paraguay. Now, knowing that there is no other request for the floor. Panama, I think. Yeah, Panama. Panama and Angola. Panama to be followed by Angola.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, for the word. As expressed by different countries before us, it is important for us to give a space for communication and dialogue, for understanding, knowing that dialogue is the base for these conversations, and that at the end of the day, in many cases, as we have mentioned before, not all of the countries were able to have a space of dialogue with the experts, which is such an important and very effective mechanism that has been put in place, but we would like to give the opportunity to those who did not have that experience to be able to express their sentiments. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup le Panama. Donc je pense que c'est l'Angola qui prend la parole. Angola, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Simplement très bref pour m'aligner à l'intervention du Brésil et des autres pays qui ont appelé au dialogue ici au sein du comité. C'est important qu'on utilise le comité pour discuter, pour écouter et pour qu'on ait aussi un peu de sensibilité par rapport à quelques sujets. Et cela est seulement possible à travers du dialogue et en écoutant aussi ce que les autres pays membres du comité et aussi ceux qui ont des inscriptions ont à dire par rapport à leur procès. Merci.
Merci beaucoup l'Angola. Je pense qu'il n'y a pas d'autres demandes de prise de parole. So, I remind members and observers that there are large numbers of people following our work through live webcast and or through the news media, and it's therefore important for us to keep as closely as possible to our schedule. I would like now to give the floor to the rapporteur of the evaluation body for the 2022 cycle. Mr. Yeo, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, a good day to you. I'm pleased to present the report of the evaluation body. Due to the limited time, I will focus on selected observations that the evaluation body considered to be the most important in this cycle. The evaluation body comprises 12 members, with 6 experts representing state parties who are non-members of the committee, and another 6 members representing accredited NGOs. 2 memberships expired automatically when the states that they represented were elected members of the committee during the 9th session of the General Assembly in July this year. This is because experts in the evaluation body have to be representatives of state parties, non-members of the committee. Since the state parties of 2 experts from Slovakia and Ethiopia were elected to the committee, the 2 experts had to terminate their mandate. Nevertheless, these 2 experts had already completed all their evaluations in the period leading up to June and were able to fully participate in the June meeting when recommendations are agreed amongst members. In that sense, their departure in July only affected their participation in the September meeting when the body discussed the dialogue cases and finalized its report and recommendations. In that regard, the evaluation and recommendations of all files involve all 12 members of the body. The report of the evaluation body consists of 5 working documents as listed in the slide. I will now present on the overall report, which covers general observations, working methods of the body, and the thematic issues that we observe in this cycle. As countries began to lift travel restrictions, the evaluation body was able to meet in a mix of in-person and online modalities during this cycle. The first meeting was held fully online in February this year, and at this meeting, the Secretariat conducted an orientation for the EB members and discussed various cross-cutting issues observed in past cycles. At the same meeting, the chair, vice chair, and the rapporteur were elected. The second meeting was held in presential in June at UNESCO headquarters in Paris. During this meeting, the body deliberated and arrived at decisions for each of the nomination files. And in the third meeting in September, the chair and rapporteur joined the Secretariat in Paris, while the rest of the body participated online to discuss the files that underwent the dialogue mechanism, as well as the draft decisions and the overall report. To ensure neutrality, members of the evaluation body did not participate and were not involved in any way in the evaluation of files from their country of nationality or where their NGO was based. The body's work was guided by the convention, the operational directives, and decisions of previous bodies. While the body recognizes the advantages of meeting in person, the online interface continues to be a useful platform and contributed to discussions and consensus building. The body therefore commends the Secretariat for the well-designed tool and supports its continuous use for future cycles. This is the third cycle of the full implementation of the dialogue process, which is one of the concrete results of the global reflection on the listing mechanisms of the convention that took place between 2017 and 2022. As in past cycles, the dialogue process was only used when there was a minor lack of information or confusing statement, which could be clarified through a simple question and answer exchange with the submitting states. The evaluation body wishes to emphasize that the dialogue process could not be used for files which lack substantial information and is intended for clarifications and not to provide new information that was not originally written in the file. In this cycle, the dialogue process was applied to 11 files. All files were nominations to the representative list, and a total of 25 questions were asked. In several multinational files, questions were posed to specific states within the group of submitting states only, as the remaining submitting states have provided sufficient information in the file. While the majority of submitting states took advantage of the dialogue process, 2 of the files did not provide sufficient clarifications, and therefore these files were recommended for referral. Can I have the next slide, please? As shown in the slide, 27% of files were recommended for referral, and 71% of the files were recommended for inscription to either the urgent safeguarding list or the representative list and selection to the Register of Good Safeguarding Practices or approval for international assistance. The body was successful in reaching consensus for all files with the exception of the file of modern dance in Germany. After a lengthy debate, the body was evenly split in its assessment of the file, with 6 members recommending inscription of the element and the remaining 6 members recommending not to inscribe the element. In view of the split decision, the body decided to present a draft decision with 2 options, yes and no, to the committee. This file will be further elaborated by the chairperson of the body when he presents the draft decisions for the nomination files. The evaluation body congratulates the many communities, groups, and individuals whose intangible cultural heritage was nominated, as well as the state parties that submitted nominations that conform fully to the criteria outlined in the operational directives. Can I have the next slide? Thank you. During this cycle, the body noted the increased number of good examples and well-drafted files, and the high quality of files in general. The evaluation body is also pleased to note that 4 previously referred files are recommended for inscription in this cycle, and the submitting states have taken note of the previous comments by the body and resubmitted the files which were notably improved. One of the key highlights of this cycle was the links between intangible cultural heritage and environmental sustainability. The evaluation body describes this year's nominations as a green cycle because there are 19 nominations that demonstrate positive links between intangible cultural heritage and the environment. Some examples of these links include environmentally sustainable agricultural practices, the sustainable use of natural materials, raising awareness about biocultural diversity, the traditional indigenous knowledge concerning nature, and the relationships with animals. This is an important development and one of the areas that we must continue to focus our attention on. As many of the environmental issues which challenge our world today are related to our understanding of and relationship with the living world and with nature. By safeguarding such living heritage practices, which celebrate and respect the natural environment, we are also helping to reposition and in some cases regain our own cultural attitudes towards the environment. Another highlight of this cycle was the high number of multinational files. The evaluation body was pleased to examine 14 multinational files. This was a higher number compared to the previous cycle, and it highlights the increased capacities of states, parties in coordinating such files, and the growing interest in safeguarding shared intangible heritage. Such nominations promote mutual cooperation among countries and encourage dialogue and respect between the different communities in the submitting states. Many multinational nominations have also proposed joint safeguarding measures, and it is encouraging to note the collaborations between the communities and the submitting states, and that such efforts will continue after the inscription of the elements. The body recognizes the complexities of preparing multinational nominations and commends the efforts made by the submitting states. At the same time, the body would like to highlight some observations regarding the multinational nominations. In several cases, the information provided by each individual state is different, and the files were unable to highlight the shared nature of the elements among the submitting states. The evaluation body recommends that multinational files should highlight common practices and characteristics of the element across the states where possible, and this can demonstrate the shared cultural practices and the cooperation among the states and the communities. Second point is about the provision of information, And in several multinational files, we observed that there was an imbalance of information between the submitting states. The evaluation body would like to encourage submitting states involved in such multinational nominations to devote sufficient time and resources in the coordination of such and preparation of such future nominations, and provide balanced information that is from all submitting states. On the point of joint safeguarding measures, the body recognizes that safeguarding measures may be specific to each state and their context. At the same time, the body wishes to highlight that multinational files should also seek to include joint measures to safeguard the element as a shared heritage. This is important to create ties and encourage dialogue between the different communities in the submitting states. In some files, the complete absence of any joint safeguarding measures prevented the criterion R3 from being fulfilled. At the same time, the body noted several multinational nominations that included joint proposed measures such as joint festivals, publications, exchanges of knowledge and experience among the submitting states. Such collaborations are the positive reflection of our work under the Convention, as they foster mutual respect and bring communities closer together. The last point is on the evidence of communities' consent. In some cases, the communities' letters only indicated their consent for the nomination made by their respective states, and did not mention the multinational nature of the nomination. In such cases, it was unclear if the communities consented to the multinational nomination involving other states and communities. But the majority of the files demonstrated the agreement between states as well as the communities, which provided the consent to the multinational character of the nomination. Several files also provided detailed explanations of the active participation of the communities at all stages of the nomination process. And such positive examples of community participation among countries can serve as good practices for states which are preparing future nomination files. The next few slides will highlight some observations specific to the nominations to the urgent safeguarding list and the representative list. First is the issue of definitions. In some cases, the descriptions of nominated elements are too generic and could be applied to any type of nominated element. In others, the broad definitions made it difficult to establish if an element was defined as intangible cultural heritage in Article 2 of the Convention. Such broad definitions, in turn, made it difficult to determine the knowledge and skills associated with the element, the transmission of the element, as well as the community's concern. The other point to raise is the emphasis on products and items. And this is one recurring issue that the body encountered, and it's a strong focus on the material aspects of the element rather than the practices and techniques that are associated with the element and the social functions and cultural meanings. The descriptions of the file should focus on the practices of making the product or playing the instrument, as well as the knowledge and skills that are transmitted, rather than a strong focus on the physical product or an instrument in itself. On the next slide, please. The evaluation body on criterion R2 notes the recurring issues concerning this. Similar to past cycles, several files provided information only about the visibility and awareness of the nominated element itself, and did not provide sufficient information about the visibility and awareness of intangible cultural heritage in general. Technically, these files did not meet the criterion. However, the body notes that this issue was discussed during the global reflection of the listing mechanism. Therefore, the body did not refer or reject any file solely on the basis of criterion R2. Specific to criterion U3 and R3, the evaluation body observed the lack of information in several files regarding the involvement of communities in the development and the implementation of the proposed safeguarding measures. Where possible, the body used the dialogue process to clarify the information presented in the files. In some files, the nomination form includes a list of communities, groups, and individuals with limited information on how they were involved in developing and implementing the proposed measures. Given the importance of involving communities in the safeguarding process, the evaluation body recommended to refer such files. Relating to criterion U4R4, the evaluation body would like to emphasize the importance of involving the bearers and practitioners and the elements throughout the nomination process. The majority of the files highlight the various communities, groups, and individuals and provided clarity and details of their role in the various stages of the nomination, including how they were involved in the preparation of the information, the video, the photographs, the inventorying process, and other contributions. However, in a number of files, the information provided lacked details concerning the active participation of communities. In this regard, the evaluation body would like to encourage state parties to define and describe ways of involving the communities during the preparation of the file. The lack of details concerning the role of communities, groups, and individuals could result in the referral of a file. On the letters of consent, in this cycle, the evaluation body continues to see letters that are standardized, pre-filled, and only signed by various members of communities. The evaluation body therefore wishes to encourage the use of personalized letters or videos, as these will better express the involvement of the communities and their free prior consent to the nomination. We would like to highlight in a few small number of files, there were some letters of consent that referred to the wrong list, such as referring to the World Heritage List instead of one of the Intangible Cultural Heritage lists. This trend highlights the need to raise awareness among the communities, groups, and individuals, and the awareness of the nature and objectives of the UNESCO Intangible Cultural Heritage List. On the issue of state institutions, I think we would like to highlight this in relation to the role of public officials and whether such public institutions and officials should be considered as members and representatives of the communities. In several files, the communities are described as public administration bodies such as ministries, government agencies, state-operated museums, and so on. In addition, letters of consent were sometimes provided by public officials and government institutions. The body tends to consider that such public officials and institutions are part of the state parties in the first place. However, we recognize that in some instances, chiefs or heads of organizations, of troops or tribes could be considered as an authorized representative of the community. Therefore, their roles should be clearly explained in the file if they are to be considered as part of the communities of the nominated element. Moving on to criterion R5, in this cycle, the majority of the files were able to fulfill the criterion R5, and the submitting states were able to provide detailed information of their inventories, including providing websites and documents. However, in several files, we observe a lack of information regarding the participation of communities in the inventorying process. As communities play an important role in the inventorying of their own intangible cultural heritage, the body encourages the state parties to ensure that inventories are developed and updated with the involvement of communities. The next few slides will highlight several thematic issues. The first issue concerns labels, trademarks, and standards. In several files, the state parties propose a new label to protect the practice or the know-how from misappropriation. We recognize that labels may help raise the awareness of elements and the associated knowledge and skills, but at the same time, it is important to ensure that such labels and branding are not used as a means of claiming authenticity or ownership of the element, as these are contrary to the spirit of the convention. In other files, particularly those involving food or craft practices, There were proposals to establish standards to ensure that the practice can be performed in the same standard way. While standards can be useful to define an element's characteristics and techniques, there is also the risk of freezing the living heritage and limiting human creativity. In this regard, the evaluation body encourages states to pay close attention to this issue and to explain how such proposed labels or standards measures will enhance the viability of the element and at the same time not impact human creativity and the living nature of the element. On the issue of commercialization, the body wishes to explain that we recognize that commercial activities are an important source of income for practitioners. Several files provide positive links between the intangible cultural heritage and the sustainable livelihoods of the communities and describes the monitoring mechanisms which are in place to address the unintended results from the inscription. On the other hand, there may be a risk of over-commercialization and decontextualization of these practices if such activities are not well managed. Several files, especially files related to crafts and food waste, sometimes overlooked the problem by staying silent and did not elaborate on possible unintended consequences and how they will intend to mitigate them. They also did not provide details of how they will address the risk. The body notes that this is a recurring issue and that the Secretariat is currently developing a guidance note on commercialization. And we look forward to seeing the outcomes of these guidelines. In this cycle, a significant number of files were related to craftsmanship and food waste. 32% of files were related to the craftsmanship, while 20% were related to culinary heritage or food waste. And this appears to be a growing trend in recent years. We recognize that traditional cuisines, artisanal food preparations, and the production of traditional crafts are forms of intangible cultural heritage. However, the body would also like to reiterate that such files should focus on the knowledge and skills of the element and the associated social practices, social functions, and cultural meanings. The files should not focus primarily on the products themselves. In view of the high number of nominations that represent a limited range or domain of intangible cultural heritage, we would like to invite state parties to consider the vast diversity of living heritage when nominating elements in future cycles. In the last part of my presentation, I would like to share some of the challenges that we observe in this cycle. Firstly, I would like to speak about the workload of the body. We successfully evaluated all 56 files, and this immense workload was completed due to the dedication of all evaluation body members with the support of the Secretariat. However, the body wishes to highlight that considerable time is needed for this in-depth evaluation of each file, and any further increases to the annual ceiling of files will negatively affect the quality of the evaluation process. As mentioned in the earlier part of my presentation, the evaluation body notes the high quality of the nomination files in general for this cycle and the many positive aspects that we have observed. At the same time, the body takes note that a number of files were referred as they were unable to fully fulfill the criteria, and we also observed that various recurring issues continue to be observed in this cycle. In particular, the body notes that first-time nominations may not always be drafted in the appropriate manner. They may lack information or contain phrases that are not fully aligned with the spirit of the convention. And as a result, we were unable to evaluate these files in a positive way. These trends point to the need to strengthen the global facilitators network and to explore other ways of cooperation that can support capacity building in different regions around the world. To conclude, the overall report contains many positive aspects, recurring issues, emerging trends, and challenges. We hope that this report will be a useful reference for state parties and organizations and communities when they prepare future nomination files and deliberate on the safeguarding of intangible cultural heritage in their countries. In closing, the body would like to express our gratitude to the committee for entrusting us with the evaluation process. In addition, we would like to thank the Secretariat team for their hard work and dedication in supporting our work. The draft decisions for the files will be shortly presented by the chair of the evaluation body, Mr. Pierre Luigi Petrillo, and his vice chair, Ms. Nala Abdullah Iman. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Yeo, for your presentation. You raised several critical and relevant issues, which will no doubt inform the debate of the committee. Of course, I'm particularly interested to know that the evaluation body has considered that the nominations presented to our committee's attention are as belonging to a green cycle, and it's very interesting to know. Maintenant, je donnerai, parce qu'il est 12h40 pour le moment, donc nous allons lever la session de ce matin. Et je donnerai la parole évidemment aux membres du comité à 14h30 exact. Et puis I would like just to say that, please, ladies and gentlemen, before you leave the room, let me remind you that there are several side events taking place during the lunch break. These are also announced on the calendar of events. We are meeting again, as I mentioned, promptly at 2:30 p.m. Please make sure you are on time, and the room will remain open during lunchtime. Please don't leave any of your personal belongings. Have a good break and see you at 2:30. Thank you very much.
Bon, on essaie d'être à
2h30, donc moi je vais aller manger parce que je sais pas. Excellent, chers amis, veuillez reprendre vos places, vous asseoir pour que nous puissions commencer. Merci. Et si vous pouviez fermer la porte derrière, ce serait très bien. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We finished the morning session with the oral report of the evaluation body delivered by the rapporteur of the body under item 7. I will shortly open the floor for comments on the report that we've heard. If needed, I will then give the floor to the evaluation body's rapporteur to answer your questions. And then we can start examining nomination files for inscription on the urgent safeguarding list under item 7A. We have a lot of work to go through this afternoon, so let us get going. Thank you. So I see that we are ready to start the session. May I open the floor to committee members to know if anyone wishes to provide comments or ask questions on the report of the evaluation body which examined the nominations under the 2022 cycle. The floor is to the committee members. We are now opening the list of speakers, so Tim will be reading the list of the speakers. Tim, can you read the list, please? I'm sorry.
Thank you. For the moment, and if you could please lower your nameplates after I read. Switzerland, Brazil, Czechia, Uzbekistan, Burkina Faso, Ethiopia, Malaysia, Morocco, Germany, Slovakia, Sweden. Okay. India, Peru, and Rwanda. India, Peru, Rwanda. Republic of Peru, Rwanda. So after Sweden, India, Peru, Rwanda, Republic of Korea. Okay. Thank you.
Merci, mon très cher Tim. Donc la parole est à la Suisse. La Suisse, vous avez la parole.
Monsieur le Président, le rapport de l'organe d'évaluation révèle la qualité du travail effectué par les experts. Il fournit des analyses quantitatives et qualitatives du cycle d'inscription en mettant en évidence des enjeux, des problématiques et des évolutions dans les dossiers présentés. La Suisse remercie tous les experts et le secrétariat pour leur engagement et la mise à disposition de leurs compétences pour la réalisation de ce rapport. L'organe d'évaluation fournit plusieurs recommandations pertinentes et nous souhaitons en aborder ici 2 avant l'examen des candidatures. Premièrement, La recommandation d'une participation étroite des communautés à la préparation des dossiers de candidature représente une exigence de notre Convention et souvent un défi pour tous les États soumissionnaires. Pour y répondre, le renforcement des capacités et la formation de facilitateurs constituent des pistes à privilégier et à soutenir. Deuxièmement, de même, la qualité des candidatures multinationales doit encore être améliorée. À ce titre, nous rappelons la demande au secrétariat, issu de l'organe d'évaluation, de préparer une note d'orientation pour la préparation des dossiers multinationaux. Par ailleurs, nous avons pu observer que les dossiers soumis présentent une qualité élevée, avec 71%, pour le dire comme on le dit en Suisse, ou 71% des nominations recommandées pour une inscription. Parmi ces candidatures recommandées positivement, plusieurs dossiers avaient fait l'objet d'un renvoi préalable. Nous nous en réjouissons car nous sommes fermement convaincus qu'une proposition de renvoi n'est pas à considérer comme un échec, mais au contraire comme un encouragement à améliorer la qualité du dossier. Les évaluations fournissent à ce titre des indications et orientations pertinentes pour tous les États soumissionnaires. Reconnaissant l'expertise de l'organe d'évaluation, la Suisse s'engagera durant le processus d'examen des candidatures pour que ces recommandations soient maintenues dans les décisions et respectera l'accord de travail, le Working Agreement. Comprenez-moi bien, nous considérons également que nos méthodes de travail peuvent et doivent évoluer. Ces adaptations possibles doivent cependant se dérouler de manière séparée du traitement des candidatures. Chers amis, ne jetons pas notre beau bébé avec l'eau du bain. Je vous remercie de votre attention.
Merci, Madame l'ambassadeur de Suisse. La parole maintenant est au Brésil. Brazil, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Once more, Brazil would like to extend its respect and support for the work of the evaluation body. It was a huge effort, and their comments are really important for the future of our convention. We would like to shed light on the importance of the reflection registered in the paragraph 45 regarding tourism and standardization that, in our view, could benefit from the discussions under the 2005 convention. The report also brings some numbers that we consider important regarding some geographical imbalances, and this is why we agree with the body when it cites in paragraph 36 the need for greater capacity building efforts in some regions. This imbalance in the convention's list is the reason why Brazil proposes an amendment to the resolution. And I would like to clarify that, in our view, it's not caused by any particular stakeholder. It's a structural issue and a common responsibility of the entire UNESCO community. Every gesture counts, and within the competence of the evaluation body, some measures could be taken to reduce these imbalances. The most obvious one is the previous dialogue process. The report says that 11 files had the benefit from this new tool. Some of the inconsistencies our experts saw in the evaluation of the cycle certainly could be avoided with the improvement of this quick but relevant space of dialogue. We also have presented an amendment to address this issue. As for the members of the committee, we must increase the dialogue and use every resource we have in hands to contribute with new perceptions to our convention. One good example is provided by Sweden, to whom we express our gratitude for sponsoring the important reflection on the Article 18 of the convention. Another good opportunity is the committee itself. We believe that here in the committee, gathering together experts from 24 countries, we have an excellent opportunity to reach some of the discussions raised by the evaluation body in this cycle. On the Secretariat side, we would like to commend the efforts already undertaken through the dedicated working groups and renew our support so that the new proposals can be fully and rapidly implemented. A more geographically balanced representative list will contribute to give more legitimacy to the actions of the Secretariat and contribute to the scope of this convention. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Merci beaucoup, le Brésil. Je passe la parole maintenant à la République tchèque. Czechia, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The delegation of Czechia would like to express its respect and gratitude to all work done by the Secretariat and the evaluation body in this cycle. The burden has increased, but still they managed to finish all their work in time and submit as good quality report as ever. Unfortunately, not all files could be evaluated positively, even when the dialogue process was applied. We should keep exploring ways to resolve most problems of the files before they come in front of the committee. Among other things, the evaluation body report is posing a question of setting up a system of using external information in a transparent and formalized way during the evaluation process. Such a possibility could remove some of the remaining problems, but probably, again, not all of them. And we can imagine that this could be related particularly to criterion R1, maybe R5, but probably not to other criteria. So we would like to ask the evaluation body, have you discussed this issue? You probably did because it was in the report. So what was your discussion about? Did you come up with any ideas how this how these external information could be acquired? For the time being, we would like to express our wish that as a committee we will honor the working agreement, and even if we open the discussion, as has been requested by several delegates earlier, we will not describe files with more than 2 criteria unfulfilled. Applying such approach to our own referred file in the past, Czechia strongly believes that a referral on several criteria is not a negative thing, but rather a signal that the presentation of the element at stake is not clear, comprehensive, or comprehensible enough, and that there is more work to be done to prepare really effective safeguarding strategy or make sure that the communities, groups, and individuals have been and will be the main driving forces of the development and implementation of the safeguarding. We hope that our discussions this week will go smoothly and that we will learn some new lessons which will move us forward and develop our understanding of the Convention. And we think it's a great news that all urgent safeguarding and international assistance files and majority of good safeguarding practice nominations have been evaluated positively, and I think this has happened for the first time in history probably. So it's a great news, and we want to congratulate to all states whose files have been recommended for inscription for a job well done. Thank you.
Merci à la République tchèque. Je donne la parole maintenant à l'Ouzbékistan. Uzbekistan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We appreciate the comprehensive report of the evaluation body on its activities during 2022. I would like to thank all members of the evaluation body, both experts and NGOs, for their extensive work during this cycle. It's tremendous work. Most of evaluations and recommendations were extremely helpful for both the committee and the submitting states. The number of files submitted for consideration is increasing year by year, and this requires from the evaluation body a great deal of dedication and commitment. Despite this, the Secretariat met all the deadlines. We have reviewed the 5 working documents of the evaluation body and observed improvement in the quality of the nomination files. We are glad that the upstream dialogue process that was recently adopted has also been utilized to improve the quality of the files. Considering the findings and decisions of the evaluation body, we will examine them one by one to achieve the essential goal of the 2003 Convention, which is to safeguard intangible cultural heritage and to provide mutual assistance at the international level. We would like to underscore once more the crucial role of the communities, groups, and individuals throughout the nomination process. Therefore, we support the draft decision 17-7 to be adopted shortly. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Uzbekistan. Now I'm giving the floor to Burkina Faso. Le Burkina Faso, vous avez la parole. Merci.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Ma délégation voudrait féliciter l'organe d'évaluation pour son rapport détaillé et le travail qui a été effectué. En se référant aux recommandations formulées par cet organe, il s'agit de la façon de préparer les candidatures multinationales, le recours aux informations externes, la question de la commercialisation, La mise en œuvre urgente de ces recommandations est un gage de plus d'objectivité de l'évaluation et l'adoption rapide de nos décisions. Ma délégation suggère que la réflexion soit menée au niveau du secrétariat afin d'élaborer des notes d'orientation sur ces recommandations. Ces notes pourraient être une sorte de cadrage ou de recadrage de l'organe d'évaluation qui serait soumise au comité pour appréciation et adoption. Ces notes d'orientation pourraient établir, entre autres, les principes et les conditions du processus de dialogue entre l'organe d'évaluation et les soumissionnaires et une sorte d'accord de travail adopté par notre comité. Ma délégation voudrait avoir l'avis du secrétariat sur cette proposition de réflexion et d'élaboration des notes d'orientation à soumettre au comité. Je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup, le Burkina Faso. Évidemment, le secrétariat répondra tout à l'heure aux questions évidemment posées et aux demandes d'éclaircissement que vous souhaitez. La parole maintenant est à l'Éthiopie. Ethiopia, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, Ethiopia would like to commend the evaluation body for the accomplishment of heavy workload. And moreover, we would like also to appreciate the Secretariat for the performance to facilitate the work of the evaluation body. The report is very extensive and explanatory enough, pinpointing basic thematic issues and other relevant concerns which are expected by the global community in the context of the 2003 Convention. Furthermore, I would like to get more clarification in the thematic areas. One, the trade-off between the labels and the trademarks, the practice versus the product, and the issue of commercialization and tourism in the context of sustainable development. I would like to see the reflection of the evaluation body. Second, apart from the positive observations of the and the comments made by the evaluation body and the clarifications given today in the morning session, how many issues raised in the committee's previous decision are addressed in the first cycle? If not up to the expectation, I would like to listen to the trends in the process. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, l'Éthiopie. La parole est à la Malaisie maintenant. Malaysia, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Malaysia would like to express our appreciation to the evaluation body for the work done, their commitment and dedication undertaken by the experts of the evaluation body, especially considering the very difficult and challenging circumstances in 2022. The recommendations by the evaluation committee are pertinent and clear. Points raised by the evaluation body about the definition of specific ICH elements in some proposals, central role of communities, groups, and individuals in the submission, planning, and implementation of the programs, issues concerning the preparation of multinational nominations, and issues of over-commercialization. The evaluation body undertook a great workload considering the number of files it had to examine, 56 files in total of all categories. Despite the growing number of files, the evaluation body was able to provide great analysis and expertise in its examination of the files, which will help the committee make informed decisions. Over the years, it's evident there has been increasing number of multinational file submission, and for this cycle, there were 14 multinational files being evaluated. Therefore, Malaysia wishes to express the importance of this category of file submission to be continuously prioritized, which enables state parties within and across the region that share similar cultures. Eventually, this will encourage international cooperation and dialogue relating to living heritage. Malaysia would like to echo the concerns by state parties regarding the dialogue process, whereby not all state parties concerned were given the opportunity to undergo the process. Malaysia understands the explanation given pertaining to the dialogue process by the rapporteur of the evaluation body. Nonetheless, Malaysia believes that this process is crucial and should be extended to all files that do not fulfill the criteria. This will provide the necessary platform for the affected files. Bearing in mind, this will increase the workload of the evaluation body. Finally, Malaysia is also concerned regarding the issue of over-commercialization, which appeared in several files. In this regard, there is a need to have a clear understanding as to where do we draw the line in commercializing and over-commercializing of the element. And we look forward to receiving the guidelines as presented earlier today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Malaysia. La parole maintenant est au Maroc. Le Maroc, vous avez la parole.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Ma délégation tient à remercier l'organe d'évaluation pour la qualité du rapport clair et exhaustif. Il tient également à remercier et à saluer le secrétariat pour son travail dans ce cadre. J'aimerais à ce propos mettre l'accent sur l'importance du processus de dialogue entre les États parties et l'organe d'évaluation mis en œuvre pour la troisième cycle. Nous avons noté que ce dialogue a été utilisé dans 11 cas, c'est-à-dire pour 11 dossiers au cours du cycle présent. Or, nombre d'États parties ayant soumis des dossiers de candidature ont indiqué qu'ils n'ont pas profité de ce mécanisme intéressant pour donner les informations et les clarifications demandées, et également pour compléter et faire les ajustements nécessaires par rapport à leur dossier. Pour cela, nous souhaitons que le processus de dialogue soit généralisé à l'avenir à tous les dossiers présentés et que l'on peut prendre les mesures nécessaires pour surmonter les contraintes techniques et budgétaires à ce sujet. En raison de cette difficulté et de bien d'autres, nous ne voyons pas d'inconvénient à ce que le comité procède à l'ouverture des débats si l'État partie concerné le souhaite. Nous pensons que cela permettra à cet État de s'exprimer au sujet de son dossier et répondre aux remarques et observations de l'organe d'évaluation. Ce débat ne remet absolument pas en question le travail ou les conclusions de l'organe d'évaluation. Il permet simplement l'instauration de davantage de démocratie et d'équité, comme il confirme la souveraineté du comité et de ses décisions. Nous pensons par ailleurs que l'esprit de la Convention de 2003 est totalement différent de la Convention de 1972. Notre Convention a été mise en place pour encourager l'inscription des éléments du patrimoine culturel immatériel dans les 4 coins du monde. L'objectif recherché étant un bon équilibre géographique et une présence équitable de toutes les régions du monde. Monsieur le Président, ma délégation souhaite que la session de Rabat puisse lancer une approche plus juste et plus équilibrée dans l'appréciation de la Convention de 2003. Et nous pensons que le Working Agreement est toujours utile dans le processus de prise de décision, mais ne saurait en aucun cas devenir une règle sacrée ou sacralisée. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Merci, le Maroc. La parole est à l'Allemagne. Germany, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. Dear colleagues, I would like to express my gratitude to the evaluation body for its valuable and extensive work. We have one question. How can the evaluation body better include the ethical principles for safeguarding intangible cultural heritage into its work, for instance, concerning gender equality? Allow me to add the following. I wish to highlight the importance of adhering to the working agreement to ensure the credibility of the convention, the committee, and the list. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup à l'Allemagne. La parole maintenant est à la Slovaquie. Slovakia, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. We would like to commend the work of the evaluation body, which we consider of the highest quality and would like to thank for the exhaustive report. In this respect, I would like to declare the commitment of Slovakia to the working agreements, which we consider crucial to maintain the efficient, effective, and consistent way of working of this committee. We would also like to express recognition to all efforts the state parties invested in the process of preparation and submitting nomination files, proposals, and international assistance requests in this cycle. We especially commend the state parties that submitted their first nomination files. However, we note that the number is, in our perception, too low. We therefore welcome and fully subscribe to the opinion that even more significant action to support communities and state parties is required. We support the proposal from Sweden to open the possibility of requesting the international assistance for the preparation of nomination file for states with no inscription files on the representative list. We agree we should seek also other forms of cooperation, including on bilateral level, to accompany nomination processes. In this respect, we consider newly established UNESCO Group of Friends of SIDS and Group of Friends of Africa as very useful initiatives, since they could serve as platforms for facilitating concrete forms of cooperation and assistance between member states. Slovakia is ready to take an active role. The recommendation to refer an element in no way constitutes a judgment on the merits of the element itself. The referral provides an opportunity for the submitting state to improve the description of the element and related safeguarding measures, the highest possible participation of the communities, etc. This offers the opportunity to provide a corresponding presentation of the precious elements of ICH on the Convention's webpage and related online digital tools related to the awareness raising of the 2003 Convention. Moreover, this improved description can serve as a reference for the upcoming files. Nomination files are an important tool for promoting and presenting elements of ICH at all levels, and as such, it is important that they are written in a clear and understandable manner. We are pleased to note, during the last 3 years, the dialogue process was successfully used, and there is an increasing tendency. Despite time efforts and enlarged personal involvement of all stakeholders involved, the EB asked more questions every year. In 2020, 11 questions, 2021, 22 questions, and 2022, 25 questions. We see the connection and the reflection of the dialogue process in the increased percentage of positive recommendations. We would like to ask a question to the both EB and the Secretariat. What is the capacity to increase the use of the dialogue process even more? Thank you.
Merci beaucoup la Slovaquie. La parole maintenant est à la Suède. Sweden, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Sweden would like to thank the evaluation body for this excellent report and for their careful reading of the files. We also want to highlight the importance of respecting the evaluation body's expertise and the observations and recommendations contained in this report. Sweden is pleased to see the positive aspect of the EB that they point out, especially the increased number of files that are aligned to the Sustainable Development Goals. According to the EB's assessment, a number of challenges and problems also remain to be addressed. For instance, the sometimes marginal roles for concerned actors from civil society, standardization, and over-commercialization. In this regard, we would like to ask the evaluation body if you have any further recommendations for state parties on how to make use of the expertise and resources within communities and NGOs in the drafting process of the files. Sweden also would like to highlight EB's comment on the relation between tangible and intangible heritage and the importance of articulating knowledge, practice, and skills. We note a tendency to sometimes describe things and places instead of knowledge and customs, and we wonder why that is. Does the evaluation body have any specific suggestions on how to solve this challenge? All of the 56 files add up to an impressive diversity of intangible cultural heritage from different corners of the world. According to the examination, a referral is usually due to insufficient information concerning ways to safeguard the element, how to cooperate with and involve stakeholders, and how to raise awareness of the intangible cultural heritage. This is the very essence of the Convention, and it is therefore crucial that the status of the Convention, that EB recommendations are taken into account. A referral is, as has been said here today, a call for clarification and not a dismissal. The dialogue process is one way of making the nomination process go smoother. Does the evaluation body have any other suggestions on ways to make this process clearer and easier to understand? And can you also clarify in which cases the process is used? Sweden would like to thank the state parties that have contributed to the diversity of living heritage, but also the states that have withdrawn their files. This shows respect for the tremendous work carried out by the EB and facilitates the work of this committee. We would like to add that we will later propose an amendment to draft decision 17-7 in the lines of our question from this morning on making possible for member states not having an element on the representative list to seek international assistance in preparing a first nomination. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson.
Merci beaucoup la Suède pour votre intervention. Il y a effectivement des éléments extrêmement intéressants. J'espère que l'organe d'évaluation aura tout à l'heure l'opportunité d'y répondre, parce qu'effectivement la question du dialogue a été soulevée par pas mal de délégations ici présentes, et c'est vrai qu'il serait intéressant peut-être d'entendre l'organe d'évaluation par rapport à la méthode employée liée à la question de l'interaction avec les États soumissionnaires. La parole maintenant est à l'Inde. India, you have the floor.
Excellency, I would like to thank you for providing us the floor. India appreciates the evaluation body for its commendable work on evaluating the nomination files submitted for inscription in the list of ICH in need of urgent safeguarding. We would like to see an improved hand-holding mechanism adopted and extended for the capacity building programs. It is further submitted that multinational nominations need to be encouraged in furthering the spirit and mandate of the Convention. We would like to know ways to do that. It is imperative that the Convention accords importance for upstream dialogue process in order to address the issues related to geographical imbalances and over-commercialization. It is felt that proper and cogent guidelines may be issued with regards to better understanding and addressing the issues of over-commercialization. We would like to see step-by-step process towards that. We call upon the Secretariat to suggest new ways to generate funds for better management of the Convention, as well as to evaluate increasing the number of inscriptions permitted per state party. For a 10,000-year-old culture, having more than 1,900 languages, home to 1.4 billion people, 20% of the human species on planet Earth, just a single nomination every 2 years is not enough to justify the diversity of India and the Indian subcontinent. We expect to know ways to increase nominations. More is required. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur l'ambassadeur. Et encore une fois, effectivement, il y a pas mal d'éléments intéressants qui ont été soulevés dans l'intervention de Monsieur l'ambassadeur de l'Inde. Et il va falloir que nous nous mettions tous effectivement à réfléchir pour essayer de faire avancer les choses, parce qu'effectivement, un pays n'est pas l'autre. Chaque pays a ses spécificités, qu'elles soient culturelles, sociales ou démographiques, et effectivement, tout cela devra être pris en compte. Et il me semble que nous ne pouvons pas mettre tous les dossiers et une approche standardisée. Je crois qu'on devra évoluer par rapport à ce point à l'avenir, évidemment. La parole maintenant est au Pérou. Perú tiene la palabra. Muchas gracias.
Gracias, presidente. Ante todo, nuestra delegación quiere agradecer por el detallado informe presentado por el cuerpo evaluador, a quien felicitamos por el importante trabajo realizado y por el hecho de haber presentado sus resultados en el tiempo previsto. Es encomiable el hecho de que se haya observado una mejora en la preparación de los expedientes, el incremento en el número de expedientes multinacionales y el vínculo encontrado en los elementos examinados entre el patrimonio cultural inmaterial y el medio ambiente. Saludamos asimismo el riguroso trabajo realizado en base a cada criterio, tal cual nos ha informado el relator. Sin embargo, como se ha señalado, en algunos casos el cuerpo evaluador ha utilizado el proceso de diálogo en la examinación de algunos criterios. Al respecto, quisiéramos tener un mayor detalle sobre el criterio discrecional a través del cual el cuerpo evaluador elige establecer el proceso de diálogo que está previsto en las directrices operativas. Sabemos que existen restricciones financieras, sin embargo, consideramos que este espacio debería estar disponible para la mayor cantidad posible de expedientes que necesitan ciertas aclaraciones en sus expedientes. Consideramos que han existido circunstancias particulares en la preparación de los expedientes presentados para los ciclos del 2019 al 2021, cuyos procesos de formulación se han dado en la época de la pandemia del COVID-19, lo que ha necesariamente influenciado y condicionado la preparación del mismo expediente. Por ello, este grupo de candidaturas deben tener una consideración especial, por lo mismo que ameritan la apertura del diálogo, sin tomar en consideración el número de criterios que cumplen o no. Finalmente, nos sumamos a los pedidos de otras delegaciones respecto a brindar la oportunidad a los países que necesiten para que puedan tener el espacio para aclarar o profundizar alguna información con respecto a sus candidaturas. Gracias, señor presidente.
Merci beaucoup, le Pérou. La parole maintenant est au Rwanda. Le Rwanda, vous avez la parole. Merci.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Rwandan delegation thanks the evaluation body for its commendable work and the Secretariat for its facilitation. Dear Chairperson, Rwanda noted that the evaluation body opened the dialogue process for 11 files, and 9 of them were recommended for inscription. Although the dialogue process has proven to be an effective one, an effective mechanism between the submitting states and the evaluation body, it is unfortunate that the dialogue process has not been applied in the evaluation of other dossiers requiring further clarification. Taking into account the evaluation body's own conclusions in its reports on the 2022 evaluation cycle, where it defines the 2 regional groups with the best candidacy dossier, Rwanda recommends that the dialogue process for developing countries as part of the evaluation be strongly encouraged. Furthermore, the Rwandan delegation strongly believes that efforts in developing capacity of state parties related to the elaboration of the safeguarding measures should be strengthened through the greater use of the international assistance. I thank you for your kind attention.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur l'Ambassadeur. La parole est à la République de Corée. Korea, you have the floor. Thank you. Korea Republic.
Thank you, Chair. The Republic of Korea would like to thank the evaluation body for their hard work and dedication in evaluating the 56 nominations in this cycle, despite the challenges and difficulties. The present cycle of the body maintained a high level of consistency in evaluation, which is an important way of ensuring the credibility of the listing mechanism. My delegation also noted that the dialogue process was actively implemented for 11 nominations in accordance with paragraph 55 of the operational directives of the convention, and 9 nominations are now recommended to be inscribed on the list through the process. I believe that it became possible because of hard work done by both the evaluation body and state parties who showed their flexibility and spirit of cooperation. We also appreciate the Secretariat's plan to publish guidelines on the commercialization We think this is not a simple task given the diverse circumstances in different countries, but this is needed because we need to accommodate the needs of the communities who want or need commercial use of their element or tourism. Last but not least, since the global reflection of the listing mechanism has been successfully completed, we expect a greater and more extensive role played by the evaluation body. All of these will result in the desired outcome when the committee ensures the sustainable working mechanism of the evaluation body. Thank you.
Thank you, Korea Republic. Now I'm giving the floor to Paraguay. Paraguay, tiene la palabra.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. Apreciamos y felicitamos la gran tarea del órgano evaluador y ha sido muy útil y didáctico conocer los detalles del proceso. Es sin duda un trabajo que sienta las bases para avanzar hacia formas que incluyan la real participación de las comunidades. Sobre todo porque es clarísimo que el patrimonio cultural inmaterial es tradicional, contemporáneo, viviente, integrador, representativo y basado en la comunidad. Coincidimos en la necesidad de lograr un mayor equilibrio en la lista representativa y entendemos que sería oportuno analizar un rol pedagógico que ayude a los estados a una mejor comprensión de la propia convención en la línea de proporcionar identificaciones y definiciones claras de los elementos del patrimonio cultural inmaterial, haciendo énfasis en el papel central que tienen las comunidades. En nuestras culturas, el patrimonio cultural inmaterial es esencialmente comunitario y ahí es necesario que los indicadores construidos tengan la capacidad de captar con fidelidad esta característica. Es decir, cuando los portadores de un patrimonio son miembros de comunidades autóctonas, a veces es difícil implementar formularios pensados para un nivel de experticia en el tema. En relación con la sobrecomercialización, nos preocupa cómo se mide esto, con qué indicadores, porque muchas manifestaciones se inscriben en la dinámica económica para subsistir justamente. Muchas gracias, presidente.
Merci beaucoup, Paraguay. Je donne la parole maintenant à Bangladesh. Bangladesh, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Bangladesh commends the comprehensive report by the evaluation body. It is truly reassuring that the Convention member states are attaching greater importance to the Convention and particularly to the communities. We further appreciate the nuances and of the judicious values rendered by the evaluation body. The informative oral report presented by the rapporteur also is a guideline for better understanding of the Convention and its procedures. We also appreciate the challenges they face in evaluating the files. We thank the evaluation body for their technical assessment. However, it remains upon the elected member states to assess them and decide on the inscription. While we keep stressing on the active participation of the communities concerned, Bangladesh underlines the importance and the need to provide a comprehensive dissemination of technical information on the parameters that are advisable for presenting the community participation. To this end, we would like to ask the Secretariat to consult with the Member States and, if possible, present a format which may be used for preparing the questionnaire and consent of the community. Our ultimate objective should be to make the inscription process as easy as possible for qualifying elements, and we should focus more on post-inscription safeguarding mechanism so that the intangible cultural heritage of the humankind is well protected and preserved for our posterity. Inscriptions are not about glorious achievements, rather about our responsibilities to protect them. Thank you, Mr. President.
Merci infiniment, Bangladesh. Je voulais tout simplement m'assurer qu'il n'y a pas d'autres demandes de parole de la part des membres du comité avant de donner la parole aux observateurs. Je ne sais pas si d'autres membres du comité souhaitent s'exprimer. Je n'en vois pas a priori. Donc je donne la parole à la Palestine. La Palestine, vous avez la parole. Merci.
Shukran, Sayyid al-Rais. Let me first express my thanks and congratulations to the evaluation body for their clear and extended report. There are many issues raised in this report, and the members of the committee, they commented it. But let me again talk about the dialogue. There was a huge request to extend the dialogue in order to include more files. Maybe to this end, the committee members may consider creating a working group to examine this question, as well as other questions that has been raised. For example, the working method of the committee, as well as the question of standardized consent of communities. And we heard right now a proposal by Bangladesh that we consider that it has many merits and it should be considered. Secondly, we noticed that the evaluation body was missing 3 members starting from June in order to comply with the rules. This is only two, sorry, 2 members. So for this end, I think that this maybe will be problematic for the evaluation body, since they were 10 instead of 12, and we know the burden of the work that they have. So maybe also we can consider an extraordinary session right after the General Assembly with the purpose to elect the missing experts of the evaluation body. So finally, I would like to talk again about the proposal by Sweden that has been supported right now by Slovakia regarding granting the assistance for the preparation of nomination files to state parties who has no element inscribed. But maybe we can extend it and make it a little bit more fair by considering granting the assistance to developing states, including the seeds, and giving a priority to such state parties who has no element inscribed. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and my congratulations also, sorry, for the Secretariat for the quality of the working documents. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur l'ambassadeur de Palestine. Je vais lire la liste que j'ai sous les yeux des orateurs parmi les observateurs. J'aurai donc après la Palestine, la République Dominican Republic, la Lituanie et Cuba pour l'instant. Donc la parole est à la République dominicaine. Merci.
Muy buenas tardes. Siendo esta la primera vez que la delegación de la República Dominicana toma la palabra, quisiéramos felicitar al embajador Samir Adarre y en su persona al Reino de Marruecos por la estupenda organización de esta 17ª reunión del Comité Intergubernamental. Desde el momento de nuestro arribo nos hemos sentido bien acogidos, bien recibidos en Rabat. Muchas gracias. Presidente, personalmente a nosotros nos gusta esta convención. Esta convención tiene un impacto directo en el terreno y en la vida de las personas. La pandemia, además del sufrimiento generalizado que nos causó, nos dejó claro que la cultura y sus múltiples manifestaciones son un bien indispensable para el buen funcionamiento de sociedades sostenibles. Valoramos el trabajo ingente del órgano de evaluación, reflejado en el informe apenas rendido, y le agradecemos su compromiso meticuloso con los propósitos de la Convención. Sin embargo, desgraciadamente, en este ciclo no ha habido equilibrio geográfico. en la consideración de las candidaturas para la lista representativa del PCI, y no por falta de propuestas de parte de los grupos 3 y 5A. He querido ser bastante específico. El órgano de evaluación desempeña un rol esencial y precioso, repito, esencial y precioso, pero no puede subrogarse al Comité Intergubernamental. El mandato lo tiene el comité y lo debe ejercer el comité. Quisiéramos también llamar la atención acerca de la política cero, que debería ser prioridad al momento de la consideración de los expedientes. A los estados que aún no tienen elementos registrados y que han propuesto alguna candidatura, podría abrírseles y concedérseles canales de diálogos previos. Estamos seguros que si se abre e implementa este diálogo previo, luego no será necesario apelar a los recursos del fondo, es decir, que contribuiríamos directamente a la estabilidad financiera de la convención. Como bien dijo el colega de Marruecos, hubo diálogo en relación a 11 candidaturas, por lo que entendemos que el diálogo es posible y que conviene a todos, nos conviene a todos uniformar su uso. No hacerlo supondría establecer privilegios o estados favoritos, lo que contradice el espíritu de la Convención. Muchas gracias.
Merci beaucoup à la République dominicaine et merci pour les mots sympathiques que vous avez bien voulu avoir à l'endroit de mon pays. Merci infiniment. La parole maintenant est à la Lituanie qui sera suivie par Cuba. La Lituanie, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Notre délégation voudrait tout d'abord remercier l'organe de l'évaluation pour son travail qu'il a effectué et féliciter la haute qualité de son rapport, la mise en lumière de bons exemples et ses observations et recommandations méticuleuses fondées d'une analyse approfondie des dossiers. Cela va servir d'une source d'inspiration pour les États parties dans leurs efforts à venir de préparer des dossiers concluants. Nous apprécions les principes de travail de l'organe et inclut la cohérence avec les approches précédentes, le suivi des critères définis dans les directives opérationnelles, la mise du contenu des dossiers en première place dans le processus de l'évaluation, l'application du processus de dialogue et bien d'autres. De même, comme c'est souligné dans ce rapport, nous sommes d'avis que dans certains cas, l'option de renvoi des dossiers servira comme outil indispensable d'amélioration de la qualité des dossiers ou bien même donnera du temps précieux aux États parties de mettre en œuvre certains moyens importants pour la sauvegarde avant la soumission des dossiers renouvelés. Cela aidera à améliorer des plans de sauvegarde, ce que représente un des moyens les plus importants pour la mise en œuvre de la Convention. Tout particulièrement, nous nous réjouissons du nombre croissant des dossiers multinationaux et soutenons l'invitation à la préparation des notes d'orientation, ce qui guidera les États parties dans le processus multinational assez complexe. Nous remercions donc pour ce document de qualité et nous attendons impatiemment les inscriptions qui vont célébrer notre convention. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Merci beaucoup, la Lituanie. La parole est à Cuba, qui sera suivie par l'Argentine. Cuba, tiene la palabra.
Gracias, señor presidente. Tomamos nota del informe del órgano de evaluación, destacamos la importancia del trabajo de este órgano para asegurar el trabajo y el sistema de inscripción en las listas de la convención. Resulta fundamental que el trabajo de evaluación también refleje las prioridades que definen los órganos principales de la convención y temas fundamentales como el equilibrio regional, la atención a los grupos prioritarios, la diversidad de las tipologías del patrimonio inmaterial, la diversidad lingüística, la armonización con otras convenciones del UNESCO también tengan una expresión en los resultados y en el trabajo del órgano de evaluación. Lamentamos el desequilibrio presente en este ciclo, en particular en la región de América Latina y el Caribe, en especial para los pequeños estados insulares en desarrollo. Ninguno de los dosieres de nuestra región ni del Caribe fueron beneficiados con un diálogo previo, incluidos los países que presentaban por primera vez una candidatura. Reiteramos la necesidad de la aplicación del mecanismo de diálogo como parte del proceso de evaluación previsto en las directrices operativas en su párrafo 55, que no limita su aplicación por el número de criterios evaluados. La evaluación no puede devenir en una competición sobre qué grupo regional prepara mejores expedientes, como expresa el informe del órgano de evaluación, sobre todo cuando son las comunidades portadoras las que participan en el proceso de elaboración de los mismos. Apoyamos la intervención hecha por Brasil, Marruecos, Malasia, India, Ruanda, Perú, Paraguay, Bangladesh y Palestina y compartimos preocupaciones expresas por estas delegaciones. Estamos convencidos que Marruecos será un punto de partida para mejorar el sistema de evaluación y la proyección de esta convención. Deseo agradecerle, señor presidente, a España por habernos también facilitado, que no lo pude hacer en mi intervención inicial, la traducción al español que nos permite mejorar nuestra comunicación en estos espacios. Muchas gracias.
Merci beaucoup, Madame l'ambassadeur de Cuba, et merci effectivement à l'Espagne. Merci infiniment. La parole maintenant à l'Argentine. Argentina, tiene la palabra.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. Como es la primera vez que tomamos la palabra, queremos agradecer a las autoridades del Reino de Marruecos por la organización de la 17COM y la maravillosa bienvenida ofrecida el día domingo. Agradecer también a la UNESCO y especialmente a la Secretaría de la Convención 2003 y a usted, señor presidente, por el buen desarrollo de la reunión. Agradecer al órgano de evaluación un informe tan detallado. Tal y como se han expresado otras delegaciones el día de ayer y hoy, Argentina ve con cierta inquietud el desbalance que aún persiste en la representatividad de algunas regiones en las listas y acompaña las solicitudes referidas al fortalecimiento de capacidades nacionales locales y el diálogo previo entre el órgano de evaluación y los estados proponentes como una parte esencial del proceso de presentación de nominaciones en todos los casos. Consideramos que el diálogo en cada etapa de implementación de la Convención es siempre saludable y por ello también acompañamos las expresiones referidas al abordaje de todos aquellos temas que aún precisen ser debatidos en profundidad. Muchas gracias.
Merci beaucoup à l'Argentine. La parole maintenant est au Guatemala, qui sera suivi de Haïti et puis de la Norvège. Guatemala tiene la palabra. Muchas gracias.
Muy buenas tardes. Queremos agradecer al órgano evaluador por todo lo expuesto y sobre todo por el enorme trabajo que desarrolló al evaluar todos los diferentes expedientes de las diferentes nominaciones para este curso. Queremos manifestar como Estado el interés precisamente en promover un diálogo que sea equilibrado para que todos los diferentes bloques puedan tener la oportunidad de ser escuchados. Manifestar esa importancia del equilibrio regional. Sabemos perfectamente que en este caso no estamos en ningún elemento de competencia, sino simplemente pedimos que se pueda abrir esa oportunidad para poder entablar y resolver estas dudas, estos aspectos de forma equilibrada y justa para todos los países, sobre todo aquellos en los cuales pues, no se desarrolló en diferentes etapas. Todos los patrimonios son sumamente importantes para cada uno de los países y el patrimonio inmaterial tiene la enorme riqueza de ser el que está directamente vinculado con las comunidades. Ellos son quienes lo manejan, quienes tienen que implementar de perfecta manera las medidas de salvaguarda de mano conjunta con cada uno de los actores en cada una de las comunidades y manifestamos ese interés también de que se pueda desarrollar de forma equilibrada ese espacio de escucha para cada uno de los países. Gracias.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Vice-ministre, pour votre intervention. La parole maintenant est à Haïti. Haïti, vous avez la parole.
Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Président. Je vous promets d'être très brève. Je crois que nous sommes arrivés au moment de la journée où nous voulons passer à l'analyse des dossiers. Je tiens tout d'abord à remercier l'organe évaluateur de son travail colossal que nous pouvons remarquer à travers ce rapport. Et nous voulions aussi souligner le point 36 qui interpelle l'attention du lecteur lorsque nous apprenons que la qualité des dossiers soumis par le groupe 1 et 2 sont ceux qui révèlent être les bons exemples à suivre. Je crois que ça porte à réflexion. Nous voulons notamment faire écho à toutes les interventions de nos collègues du groupe 3 et du groupe 5A pour appeler à un dialogue beaucoup plus important et pourquoi pas à l'application de la priorité SIDS dans cette convention, une priorité SIDS qui sous-entendrait que ce dialogue serait beaucoup plus important entre ces pays en développement insulaire qui ont besoin de ces mécanismes et ont besoin de se voir représentés à la hauteur des contributions qui sont les leurs au sein de cette convention qui nous est très importante. Je conclus mes propos en réitérant le soutien d'Haïti à la candidature de l'élément qui nous est très cher dans toute la région, proposé par notre pays voisin et frère Cuba. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Merci beaucoup, Madame l'ambassadeur, très cher Dominique. La parole maintenant est à la Norvège. Norway, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Norway would like to echo what Sweden, Czechia and Switzerland, amongst others, has underlined on the examination of the nominations for the list and the register. Decisions should be based on expert knowledge. We would also like to highlight the importance of the work of the NGOs and encourage their continued and strong involvement. Thank you.
Thank you, Norway. Are there any other requests for the floor? Spain. Okay.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. Puesto que es la primera vez que la delegación española toma la palabra, quisiéramos darle las gracias por alojar esta reunión, este comité, y quisiéramos dar las gracias también a la Secretaría de la Convención por el buen funcionamiento. Asimismo, quisiéramos agradecer al órgano de evaluación el trabajo que ha realizado con la complejidad que tiene llevar a cabo este trabajo en el formato online y por el gran informe que ha realizado y la precisión del mismo. Sin embargo, al igual que otros compañeros, sobre todo del Grupo 3 y el Grupo 5, desde España quisiéramos insistir en que el proceso de diálogo debe de regularizarse y ordenarse, puesto que es cierto que en algunos casos la aplicación del mismo no es transparente con respecto a los países. Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
Merci beaucoup à l'Espagne. Y a-t-il une autre demande de prise de parole? Je n'en vois pas. Donc, si vous me le permettez, je vais donner la parole à M. Yeo, de l'organe d'évaluation, pour répondre à l'ensemble des questions qui ont été soulevées par les orateurs. Merci.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. First of all, let me, on behalf of the evaluation body, thank everyone for the encouraging words offered to the evaluation body and the work and the evaluation report. There were many questions regarding the dialogue process, so I shall start by answering that question first. The dialogue process is actually intended to be a simple question and answer that is posed to the submitting state. The simple question and answer framework is intended to clarify any statements that are unclear in the file but unclear, or some kind of technical errors which can be resolved by the simple question and answer. It is not intended to be, in the current form, a way to solicit or address more complex issues that cannot be resolved. I think that is the fundamental approach. If a file has sufficient information and the evaluation body deems that the file is sufficient to make a decision, to make an evaluation, in that case, no questions are posed to the dialogue process. So that's an explanation of the dialogue process. And related to that question is, I think there was a question about capacity. Can we increase the number of the capacity? And it's already quite heavy and substantial. So we did hear suggestions to widen the dialogue process. Of course, that has to be considered and decided in terms of the overall workload on both the evaluation body and I presume the secretariat that is supporting the work as well. So that's a question I believe that was posed on the capacity. On a related issue, still on dialogue, but I think the question I believe was posed by the Czech Republic about the use of external information. And we mentioned that in the report because we believe that additional information could possibly enhance the evaluation process. But at the same time, the evaluation body has to evaluate based on the information that is in the file and not based on information from our own experience, from our own knowledge of visits or information that we have on the internet. So we had a lot of discussions of this point. How can we use such external information? But because it's what then are the defined sources that we can use? What sources are accurate? Sources of information that are accurate? What is a fair approach to this? Because the sources of information has to be in English and French in order for the evaluation body to use such information. And how can we have a more kind of consistent and transparent approach? So I'm afraid we don't have a concrete solution and a proposal to address this. There were some ideas that were discussed I can share. For example, there were suggestions on, say, perhaps doing a kind of video interview with communities. But again, I think that's something we have to consider in terms of the timeline given for the evaluation, the amount of files that we can evaluate, and the process. How do we establish such processes? So that's, I believe, a question from the Czech Republic. Move on to answer some of the other questions. There was a question from Ethiopia about regarding trademarks, labels, practice and products, and its links to sustainable development. In the presentation earlier, I did mention that we do recognize the importance of ICH and the sustainable livelihoods of communities. I think these are important considerations, and sustainable livelihoods that can improve the lives of people are an important consideration for sustainable development. But at the same time, there's a lot of discussion about the issue of commercialization. At what point is there over-commercialization? That is something that the evaluation body alone, as well would like further clarity, and we are looking forward to the guidelines that is being prepared by the Secretariat. I believe the ambassador of Germany had a question of ethical principles. How were we included? How was that included in the evaluation? And also the gender-related aspects. I would say the gender issues are already in the current nomination form. There are issues addressed on gender. And the form, the submitting states have to provide sufficient information on the gender-related issues. We did notice there were files that were silent on the roles of the gendered roles. So there were files that were predominantly male. There were also files that were predominantly female, but we will appreciate, for example, if there was further elaboration for the context of why there was gendered roles. Perhaps it could be due to the history or social context. That kind of explanations would be very useful for the evaluation body to determine whether there are issues concerning gender or it's an acceptable part of kind of gendered roles that reflect the culture and the history and the historical practice of the submitting state. I believe I've answered some of the more direct questions.
Thank you for these clarifications, Mr. Yeo. And once again, let me remind you that we will la parole à Tim. Il y a aussi des clarifications qu'il doit apporter. La parole est à toi, Tim. OK.
Sorry, I'm going to take just 1 minute because there were two questions directly addressed to the Secretariat. One concerning the elaboration of the notes for multinational files. Indeed, it's a request of last year. As the request was, as mentioned in the draft decision, we were asked to do this elaborating the outcomes of the reflection on the global listing mechanisms, which were adopted. So we were waiting for the outcomes of that. We are now proceeding to elaborate that guidance note on the elaboration of multinational files. Concerning the question from Bangladesh about establishing a questionnaire and format for community involvement, this probably, in my opinion, has to be involved in some discussion on what is required. Many recommendations of the evaluation body is not to have a standard format. So, you know, if a decision is to have a standard format, of course, we could then easily do that. But I think that takes place within a broader discussion that's going to happen on that issue. So thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Tim. Si vous me le permettez, je vais repasser la parole à M. Yeo parce qu'il a d'autres clarifications à apporter. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I apologize, I missed out the question from the delegation from Sweden that asked about the use of expertise and resources that can be useful to help a nomination in future by the submitting states. There are several ways, I think, there is the Global Facilitators Network, and we have mentioned that in the report as well. We believe that the non-government organizations and also expertise in, say, universities, researchers are also very important. And there are many NGOs today with us as well. Those are valuable resources that can support future nominations. On our part, we have tried to be detailed as possible in our report and the presentation. We hope that those issues that are highlighted in the report will also be useful references for countries when they are preparing future nominations to take note of in future. So that's my response to the delegation from Sweden. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Yeo. And once again, I wanted to say that I would like to remind you that we will examine draft decision 17.com7 after having examined individual decisions under items 7A, 7B, 7C, and 7D. So I think that without further ado, I suspend the decision 17.com.7 and let us proceed now to item 7A. Thank you. Nous passons à présent à l'examen du sous-point 7A, donc l'examen des candidatures pour inscription sur la liste du patrimoine culturel immatériel nécessitant une sauvegarde urgente. Donc puis-je inviter Monsieur le Secrétaire à le présenter. Merci beaucoup, Tim.
Je vous remercie. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Under this sub-item, the committee will examine the 4 nominations submitted by Chile, Turkey, Vietnam, and Albania in that order. The file from Albania is a nomination to the urgent safeguarding list combined with a request for international assistance. Before starting the examination of the nominations, you may wish to refresh your mind with the criteria that should guide your decisions today. And I'm asking the colleagues to put them on screen. I will not read them out, but do allow me to point out that that under the rules, the submitting state is asked to demonstrate that the nominated elements satisfy all of these criteria known as U1, U2, sorry, we'll get them on the screen in a minute. U1, U2, U3, U4, U5, and there is a U6 in very special cases. For the purposes of today, you will be considering U1 to U5 only. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
Nous allons passer maintenant à l'examen des dossiers individuels. Nous allons d'abord examiner la candidature de la poterie de Quinchamalí et Santa Cruz de Cuca proposée par le Chili. Monsieur Petrillo, vous avez maintenant la parole pour nous présenter les conclusions de l'organe d'évaluation sur cette candidature. Vous avez la parole.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. The first file today is Quinchamalí and Santa Cruz de Cuca pottery submitted by Chile. The element is embedded in the mestizo cultural tradition of central Chile and is characterized by black functional and decorative objects with white accents, created using techniques dating back centuries. The production encompasses various stages, from the gathering of raw clay materials to the production and finishing of the products. A source of social and economic autonomy, the practice highlights women's not subordinate role in gender relations. The evaluation body considered that the nomination meets all 5 criteria. The file explains the various threats to the element, describing in particular 3 risk factors which highlight the need for urgent safeguarding, and the proposed safeguarding plan is coherent with this situation. However, the file points out that one of the main problems is the lack of legal protection for production-related intellectual property. In this regard, the evaluation body recalls that the inscription on the urgent safeguarding list does not assign any intellectual property rights. In conclusion, the evaluation body recommends the inscription of this element on the list of intangible cultural heritage in need of urgent safeguarding. Thank you, Mr. President.
Je vous remercie pour cette présentation. Je vois que le bureau n'a pas reçu de demande d'ouverture de débat ou d'amendement pour ce dossier. Donc, puis-je demander au comité d'adopter le projet de décision sur ce dossier tel qu'il apparaît sur les écrans? OK. Donc, vous avez le projet de décision sous les yeux. Est-ce qu'il y a des objections à l'adoption de ce projet? Je n'en vois aucune. Donc, je considère que la décision 17.com 7.A.1 comme étant adoptée. Félicitations au Chili. Félicitations au Chili. Le Chili, vous avez la parole pour 2 minutes. Merci.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente, por sus palabras. En primer lugar, queremos agradecer la hospitalidad de Marruecos y la cordial bienvenida que nos han brindado durante estos días. Mi país quiere asimismo expresar nuestra satisfacción y agradecimiento al comité por la nominación e inscripción de la alfarería de Quinchamalí y Santa Cruz de Cuca en la lista del patrimonio cultural inmaterial que requiere medidas urgentes de salvaguardia. Es en el valle central de la región de Ñuble, centro-sur de Chile, donde se encuentran las localidades de Quinchamalí y Santa Cruz de Cuca. En estos territorios, artesanas y artesanos han desarrollado por más de 2 siglos la alfarería negra con incisos blancos. Se trata de una técnica reconocida como herencia cultural que se ha mantenido hasta la actualidad de forma ininterrumpida. Esta alfarería se caracteriza por la producción de piezas utilitarias y ornamentales, tales como ollas, fuentes y vajilla doméstica en general, así como figuras ligadas al paisaje campesino, resaltando la figura femenina de la guitarrera, esto es la mujer campesina con guitarra, y la figura masculina del guaso, que es el hombre de nuestro campo. Las mujeres loceras son las protagonistas centrales de todas las fases de la producción artesanal, haciendo que la alfarería contribuya con una autonomía social y económica importante a las mujeres campesinas, resaltando su papel no subordinado en las relaciones de género. Este trabajo mancomunado ha evidenciado la complejidad de las problemáticas que ponen en riesgo la continuidad de la alfarería de Quinchamalí y Santa Cruz de Coca, razón por la cual se recurre a esta lista de UNESCO con el fin de implementar medidas urgentes para mantener viva una tradición patrimonial, permitiendo movilizar la cooperación y acuerdos desde distintos niveles. Por último, quisiera destacar el esfuerzo de toda la comunidad de cultura de Quinchamalí y Santa Cruz de Cuca y felicitarles por la mantención de esta tradición y perseverancia en el conocimiento, que ha sido fruto de su trabajo constante por valorar su territorio y sus saberes ancestrales. Muchas gracias.
Merci le Chili, encore une fois félicitations. Merci. Ça, ce sont les moments les plus agréables de cette convention. Monsieur Patrio, pourriez-vous présenter la candidature suivante, qui est liée au travail traditionnel de la pierre d'Ahlat, proposée par Turquie. La parole est à vous. Merci.
Thank you, Mr. President. The next file is traditional Ahlat stonework submitted by Turkey. Traditional Ahlat stonework involves the knowledge, methods, skills, and aesthetic understanding of the instruction of volcanic Ahlat stone, as well its shaping and ornamenting. It also involves the construction of structures and creation of artifacts, and its bearers and practitioners include stone miners, stone carvers, stone masons, and motif designers. The evaluation body considered that the nomination meets all 5 criteria and highly appreciate the nominating of an element that demonstrates the close links between the conservation of tangible cultural heritage and the safeguarding of intangible cultural heritage. The nomination file provides a clear explanation of the need for urgent safeguarding of the element, and the safeguarding plan is coherent with this situation. In conclusion, the evaluation body recommends the inscription of this element on the list of intangible cultural heritage in need of urgent safeguarding. Thank you, Mr. President.
Merci beaucoup, M. Petrillo, et je vous remercie encore une fois pour la présentation claire et détaillée de cet élément. Nous n'avons, le secrétariat n'a pas reçu de demande d'ouverture de débat ou d'amendement pour ce dossier, donc je vais demander au comité d'adopter le projet de décision sur ce dossier tel qu'il apparaît sur les écrans et voir s'il n'y a pas d'observation. Je déclare donc cette décision comme étant adoptée, la décision 17.com 7.a.2 adoptée. Merci. Félicitations à la Turquie. La Turquie, vous avez la parole et puis je pense qu'il y a une vidéo tout de suite après. Madame l'ambassadeur, vous avez la parole.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you. The traditional Ahlat stonework refers to the knowledge, methods, skills, and aesthetic understanding surrounding the extraction of volcanic Ahlat stones, shaping and ornamenting the stones, and then using them to create structures and artifacts. Ahlat stone is a volcanic stone extracted by traditional methods from the foothills of the mountain Nemrut, located near Ahlat, the district of the Bitlis province. Traditional Ahlat stonework has great importance for Ahlat as a part of urban identity and image. Traditional Ahlat houses constructed by Ahlat stones not only represent an architectural style, but also reflect social and cultural life. Traditional knowledge concerning the element has been transmitted from generation to generation for centuries, but its viability has faced serious threats in the last decades, including demographic changes and the widespread of using modern building techniques and materials in the region. This inscription demonstrates the close links between the conservation of tangible cultural heritage and the safeguarding of intangible cultural heritage. Finally, we are grateful for the strong networking and cooperation among stakeholders at local and national level. During the file preparation process, local administrations, NGOs, academics, bearers and practitioners work together in harmony. As the delegation of Turkey, we are very appreciative for the recognition of our joint efforts to identify the element and to elaborate safeguarding measures by all related partners. Thank you.
Et Madame l'ambassadeur, je crois qu'il y a la vidéo maintenant. Oui. À l'organe d'évaluation de bien vouloir présenter l'élément. Merci beaucoup.
The next file is Art of Pottery Making of Cham People, submitted by Vietnam. Cham pottery products are mainly household utensils, religious objects, and fine artworks, including jars, pots, trays, and vases. They are an expression of individual creativity based on the knowledge transmitted within the community. The pottery is not glazed, but fired outdoors with firewood and straw for 7 to 8 hours at a temperature of about 80 degrees Celsius. Raw materials, 800 degrees Celsius. Raw materials are collected locally, and the knowledge and skill are passed on to younger generation within the family through hands-on practice. The evaluation body considered that the nomination meets all 5 criteria. The file well explained that despite many safeguarding efforts, the viability of the element is still a risk because of various threats. The file details the safeguarding plan for the element, which will be implemented over 4 years, in coherence with the threats. In conclusion, the evaluation body recommends the inscription of this element on the list of intangible cultural heritage in need of urgent safeguarding. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much for the presentation. the Bureau did not receive any request for debate or amendment for this file. So may I therefore ask the committee to adopt the draft decision on this file as shown on the screens as a whole? I see no objection. Therefore, I declare decision 17.com 7.8.3 adopted. Congratulations, Vietnam. Vietnam, you have the floor. And then we will have a video after the intervention. Thank you. On va attendre que le micro soit rétabli. Merci à la République tchèque.
Et ça marche. Okay.
Mr. Chair, distinguished delegates, at this moment, Champupo ethnic groups in 2 provinces of Central Vietnam are very gratified that the art of pottery making of Champupo has been inscribed on the list of intangible cultural heritage in need of urgent safeguarding. With the consent of Prime Minister of the Socialist Republic of Vietnam, on behalf of the Ministry of Culture, Sports and Tourism, the local authority and the ethnic communities, we are committed to carrying out a national program, providing support to Cham pottery practitioners to safeguard the viability of this element. Finally, I would like to thank the Director General of UNESCO, the chairperson of the 17 sections, the evaluation body, committee member, the secretariat for the hard work and support for the inscriptions of this manifold element from Vietnam. Thank you very much.
Je vais attendre que chacun retrouve sa place, le Vietnam et puis la République tchèque, que je remercie infiniment. Oh, thank you, Vietnam. So let us move now to the next file to be examined. Chubleta, I think. I don't know how you can say it. Chubleta, skills, craftsmanship, and forms of usage, submitted by Albania. The committee is asked to decide whether the nomination fulfills the criteria for inscription on the urgent safeguarding list and whether the international assistance request fulfills the criteria for granting assistance. It is important to underline that the committee decides on the conformity of the nomination with criteria for inscription on the urgent safeguarding list, together with its decision on the extent to which the request meets the criteria for international assistance. We already have the criterion for inscription on the urgent safeguarding list in mind. However, before starting our examination, let us remind ourselves of the criteria that shall guide our decision today regarding the international assistance request. So can we see them on the screen? Yes, we have them. In addition, paragraph 10 of the operational directives refers to two factors that the committee may wish to also consider in its evaluation of international assistance requests. Displayed on the screen. Concerning the international assistance requests, allow me to further recall that we have to evaluate to which extent the request meets the criteria for international assistance as a whole. In other words, it is not necessary to meet each and every criterion in order for the request to be approved. Keeping in mind these two sets of criteria and the approach of the evaluation body, we will now examine the file Chubleta Skills, Craftsmanship and Forms of Usage submitted by Albania. So, evaluation body, please share with us the findings of the body on this combined nomination and request. Thank you. Merci.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. The next file, as you said, is Chubleta, I'm so sorry, with Albania, Skills, Craftsmanship and Forms of Usage, submitted by Albania. The element is an handcrafted garment worn by Highland women and girls in northern Albania, characterized by its undulating bell form. Chubleta was used in everyday life from the age of puberty, indicating the wearer's social and economic status. Today, few women possess the knowledge of the entire process, and traditional family-based transmission is rare. Nevertheless, the element has maintained its social and spiritual significance and is still considered an integral part of Highland identity. The evaluation body considered that the nomination meets all 5 criteria, and I appreciate a well-prepared file that can serve as a good example of a comprehensive safeguarding plan to address the viability of an element that is under threat and the need of urgent safeguarding. At the same time, the body highly appreciates the file for considering the reusability of materials and environmental sustainability in the process of safeguarding the element. In conclusion, the evaluation body recommends the inscription of this element on the list of intangible cultural heritage in need of urgent safeguarding. Regarding the international assistance request, Albania has requested international assistance from the Intangible Cultural Heritage Fund for the implementation of the safeguarding plan for the element. The proposal is a 2-year safeguarding program that aims to support efforts to enhance the practice and transmission of the element in northern Albania. It has 3 main objectives, and there is a strong cooperation with the community concerned. The budget includes a detailed description of the expenses. In conclusion, Mr. President, the evaluation body recommends also to approve the international assistance request by the state party. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. The Bureau did not receive any requests for debate or amendment for this file. May I therefore ask the committee to adopt the draft decision on this file as shown on the screens as a whole. I see no objection. I therefore declare decision 17.com 7.8.4 as adopted. Congratulations, Albania. Madam Minister, you have the floor.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, honorable participants, on behalf of all Albanians and Albanian government, I would like to express all my gratitude to the committee for the decision to include the mastery and excellence of the making of Gjubleta in the list of intangible cultural heritage, and also in need of urgent safeguarding and international assistance. For us Albanians, Gjubleta is not just a costume, or another dress, it's a way of life. Gjubleta accompanies women from the Albanian highlands from birth to death, being with them in joy and sorrow. In North Albania, where women still wear this costume, you often heard them say that Gjubleta is as old as humans, and indeed, archaeological discoveries tell us about a 4,000-year-old Gjubleta costume. All this time, it has witnessed the history of the inhabitants of our lands, changing with them while enriched with life experience and symbols that would take years to unravel. Today, everything is easy through technology. It's not difficult to make from a production line an outfit similar to Gjubleta, but the beauty of the original, as made by our mothers, I think is unattainable. The whole process of making a Gjubleta is a sort of ritual in itself, and it includes not only the knowledge of weaving, but also the knowledge of the magical formulas that women and girls whisper during the process of the dress to be beautiful and long-lasting. This beautiful tradition has been passed on from generation to generation and to stand the test of time thanks to the efforts and dedication of the local community where it has survived to this day. Its protection and transmission also to the other generation has now become not only national, but also an international obligation, thanks to the inclusion of Gjubleta today in the list of intangible heritage. From now on, it will be mandatory to set up structures for the documentation, to create an accurate mapping where the Gjubleta is used, and made to create the right infrastructure that enables the transmission of knowledge from generation to generation, and to teach young girls and promote it as an extraordinary asset to Albanians and the whole Mediterranean area. Today is only the beginning of a lifelong work for the preservation of this heritage. So far we brought it alone, but now together we will carry it along. Thank you.
Encore une fois, toutes mes félicitations à l'Albanie. Merci beaucoup. Dear committee members, we will now be proceeding to item 7B. However, before we begin, I want to inform the committee that the Bureau received a request from Andorra and France to examine their nomination this afternoon. This is because their community representatives have to depart this evening. So therefore, I suggest that we examine the nominations in the following order. we will start as planned with the nomination by Cambodia. After Cambodia, we shall examine the nomination by China. We then examine Andorra and France, 17.com, 7.b, 39, and continue with 17.com, 7.b, and so on to keep going with the list. Voilà. Il faut qu'on se retrouve parce qu'il y a tellement de papiers. Passons maintenant à l'examen du sous-point 7B, examen des candidatures pour inscription sur la liste représentative du patrimoine culturel immatériel de l'humanité. Monsieur Curtis, vous avez la parole pour nous le présenter. Merci beaucoup.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Juste pour informer le comité que les États suivants ont retiré leur nomination, la France et la Belgique, pour Living Fairground Culture and Showman's Art, and Grenada, Shakespeare Mass, a traditional component of Carnival unique to Carriacou. This means that 44 nominations remain to be examined for possible inscription on the representative list. Mr. Chairperson, before starting the examination of the nominations, the committee may wish to remind itself of the criteria that must guide your decisions today for the nominations under this item. And I think we can see them now on the screen, and again, I will not read them out, but allow me please to remind that the submitting state is required to demonstrate that a nominated element satisfies all 5 of these criteria, R1, R2, R3, R4, and R5. I will end my talk here, and I thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
Merci beaucoup, Tim. Chers collègues, nous sommes maintenant prêts à commencer l'examen des candidatures individuelles pour inscription sur la liste représentative. Donc, nous avons commencé, comme je l'ai souligné tout à l'heure, par Cambodia. Voilà, let us examine the nomination from Cambodia. Le title Convocateur Traditional Martial Arts in Cambodia. And now give the floor to the chairperson of the evaluation body so that we can share with us the findings of the body on this nomination. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. The first file on this list is, as you said, Kun Lobakator, Traditional Martial Arts in Cambodia, submitted by Cambodia. The element is a martial art that inculcates and develops mental and physical strength and discipline among practitioners. It involves rituals and social practices. The element is performed as part of ritual offerings to local deities at gatherings and major festive events. It plays a key role in strengthening respect between practitioners and their society, as well as in protecting the environment. The evaluation body considers that the nomination meets all 5 criteria. The file explains that the viability and the development of the element is ensured by masters who train individuals by conducting various workshops, opening training schools, and setting up an interprovincial network to share experience of the element. However, the body noted that it will be important for the state party to implement safety measures to ensure the well-being and safety of the practitioners during the practice of the element. But in conclusion, the evaluation body recommends the inscription of this element on the representative list. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you for this detailed explanation of the different issues raised during the evaluation of this file. I would like to say that the Bureau did not receive any request for debate or amendment for this file. So may I therefore ask the committee to adopt the draft decision on this file as a whole? You have the file on the screen, 17.com, 7.b.1. I see no objection. Therefore, I declare decision 17.com 7.b.1 as adopted. Congratulations. Cambodia. Minister, you have 2 minutes. Cambodia.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, Mesdames, Messieurs, chers collègues. C'est un grand honneur pour moi aujourd'hui de reprendre à nouveau la parole. Je me permets de saisir cette occasion afin de remercier le comité intergouvernemental concernant sa décision pour l'inscription du Cône le Bokata sur la liste représentative du patrimoine immatériel de l'humanité. Cette date d'inscription aujourd'hui rentrera dans l'histoire de 2000 ans de cet art martial khmer, apportant joie, fierté aux maîtres, praticiens, communautés et au peuple cambodgien. Cette décision du comité récompense pleinement les efforts de sauvegarde de tous les éléments qui sont constitués la préparation de ce dossier de nomination à un niveau de reconnaissance internationale. Je souhaite dédier cette inscription et rend hommage à nos deux maîtres, Maître Edpen et Maître Roussaray, qui ne sont plus malheureusement parmi nous aujourd'hui et ne pourront pas célébrer le fruit de leur travail. Excellences, Mesdames, Messieurs et chers collègues, au nom du gouvernement royal du Cambodge et en tant que ministre de la Culture et des Beaux-Arts, je souhaite assurer le comité de toutes les recommandations énoncées dans cette décision sont prises au sérieux afin de sauvegarder et promouvoir les éléments inscrits ainsi que les autres éléments du PCI au Cambodge. Notre ministère poursuivra une étroite collaboration avec les maîtres, les détenteurs, les praticiens, les communautés concernées et les autres parties afin d'aider et créer un environnement propice pour l'épanouissement de Cône le Bokata. Je vous remercie pour votre attention.
Mes plus sincères félicitations, Madame la Ministre, au Cambodge, pour cette inscription. Félicitations. Let us examine the nomination now from China. Traditional tea processing techniques and associated social practices in China. So I now give the floor to the chairperson of the evaluation body so that he can share with us the findings of the body on this nomination. Thank you. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. The next file is Traditional Tea Processing Techniques and Associated Social Practice in China, submitted by China. Traditional tea processing techniques and associated social practice in China consist of the knowledge, skills, and social practice concerning the management of tea plantation, picking of tea leaves, manual processing, drinking, and sharing of tea. The evaluation body considered that the nomination meets all 5 criteria. The file explained the skills of tea processing and the intangible aspect of the element, including value of modesty, harmony, comity, and respect, as well as the benefits to the human body and mind, and present significant and useful safeguarding measures. In conclusion, the evaluation body recommends the inscription of this element on the representative list. Thank you.
Thank you for this detailed explanation of the different issues raised during the evaluation of the file. The Bureau did not receive any requests for debate or amendment for this file. May I therefore ask the committee to adopt the draft decision on this file as a whole, decision 17.com 7.b.2. I see no observation. Therefore, I declare the decision as adopted. Congratulations, China. I think that we have a video and then a speech by His Excellency, Minister of Culture and Tourism of China.
尊敬的主席
Thank you.
女士们、先生们，新悉中国传统制茶技艺及其相关习俗列入代表作名录。我代表中国政府文化和旅游部对委员会表示衷心感谢。茶源自中国，盛行世界。从种茶、采茶到制茶、品茶，中国在千百年间形成关于茶的完整知识体系、广泛社会实践、成熟制作技艺、悠久文化传统。随着文明交流、交往、交融，茶走出中国，拥抱世界。从行销丝绸之路，开辟茶马古道，到设立国际茶日，共建“一带一路”，一缕茶香氤氲着文化气息，见证着文明传承。近年来，中国不少地方通过传承传统制茶技艺，弘扬茶文化，带动茶产业的发展，摘掉贫困帽，走上致富路，为助力人类减贫事业注入茶力量。该项目列入代表作名录，有助于保护传承制茶技艺，提高非物质文化遗产可见度，促进经济社会可持续发展，深化文明交流互鉴。中国政府愿认真履行保护承诺，携手联合国教科文组织和各国，切实把制茶技艺传承好，把茶文化弘扬好，以茶会友，以茶论道，以茶通心，共同推进人文交流合作，为构建人类命运共同体努力。预祝本届常会圆满成功，谢谢大家。
Congratulations to China once again. Je crois qu'il y a une intervention. Non, c'est bon. Merci. Let us now examine the nomination from Andorra and France, Bear festivities in the Pyrenees. And I'll give the floor to the chairperson of the evaluation body so that he can share with us the findings of the body on this nomination. You have the floor. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Le dossier souvent est les fêtes des lourds dans les Pyrénées, présenté par Andorre et la France. Il s'agit d'une fête ancienne, associée aux ours et symbolisant la relation entre l'homme et la nature. Elle a lieu en hiver et comprend un ensemble de rituels et d'événements tels que les théâtres, les danses, la musique. Pendant l'événement, des jeunes hommes se dirigent au nord et courant dans les rues en essayant d'attraper les participants. L'organe d'évaluation a considéré que la candidature répond aux 5 critères. Le dossier expliquait bien les rôles et les responsabilités des praticiens qui sont impliqués dans l'organisation de la fête, les jeux de rôle, les chansons et les jeux d'acteurs, ainsi que la signification culturelle actuelle de cette fête. En conclusion, l'organe d'évaluation recommande l'inscription de cet élément sur la liste représentative. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Merci beaucoup. Le bureau n'a pas reçu de demande d'amendement ou de débat concernant ce dossier. Est-ce que je pourrais demander aux honorables membres du comité d'adopter la décision telle qu'affichée sur nos écrans? Décision 17.com 7.b.39. Je ne vois aucune objection. Je déclare donc cette décision comme étant adoptée. Félicitations à la France et félicitations à Andorre. Je crois qu'il y a une vidéo ensuite. Mes amis Véronique et Eva vont s'exprimer. La vidéo d'abord. La parole est à Madame l'ambassadeur d'Andorre, qui sera suivie par Madame l'ambassadeur de France.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Quel bonheur de se retrouver ici à Rabat avec la famille de l'UNESCO. J'ai l'immense honneur de remercier, au nom du gouvernement et de toute la population de la Principauté d'Andorre, l'organe d'évaluation et le comité pour l'inscription des fêtes de l'ours dans les Pyrénées que nous avons présenté conjointement avec la France sur la liste représentative du patrimoine culturel immatériel de l'humanité. Cette inscription, qui est la deuxième pour l'Andorre, contribuera à valoriser les pratiques du patrimoine culturel immatériel des montagnes et des vallées pyrénéennes et à sensibiliser le grand public à l'importance de la sauvegarde des pratiques sociales, des rituels et des fêtes. La reconnaissance de ces célébrations qui ont survécu l'assaut du temps et qui servent à la création d'espaces de complicité et d'échange entre la population locale met en valeur la richesse des traditions d'expression orale encadrées par les arts scéniques et l'interprétation et aide à maintenir l'imaginaire collectif traditionnel vivant. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, Eva. Congratulations. Madame l'ambassadeur de France, vous avez la parole.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président, cher Samir, chers collègues membres du Comité du patrimoine immatériel, Mesdames et Messieurs les membres de l'organe d'évaluation. Au nom de mon pays, la France, je souhaite vous remercier vivement pour la décision d'inscrire les fêtes de l'ours au patrimoine immatériel de l'humanité sur la liste représentative. Nous partageons la joie de la communauté, vous avez pu voir. Ils ont fait le voyage jusqu'au Maroc, ils sont 10 porteurs de projets et nous sommes très très heureux pour eux. C'est une communauté andorrane et française, détentrice de cet élément qui exprime l'attachement de la communauté à ses valeurs culturelles et qui témoigne aussi de l'importance des manifestations populaires intergénérationnelles. Et pour terminer, je voudrais me réjouir d'avoir pu présenter ce projet avec notre amie commune Eva. Merci.
Merci beaucoup, très chère Véronique. Félicitations encore une fois. C'est ce qui fait la beauté de cette convention, justement. Ce sont les communautés qui arrivent d'un peu partout à travers le monde et qui participent à nos travaux. Et je voudrais leur rendre, à travers cette nomination, un vibrant hommage, d'où qu'ils viennent. Merci beaucoup. Let us examine the nomination from Colombia. Ancestral system of knowledge of the 4 indigenous peoples, Arhuaco, Cancuamo, Cogi, and Wiwa of the Sierra Nevada de Santa Marta. I now give the floor to the chairperson of the evaluation body so that he can share with us the findings of the body on this nomination. You have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you again, Mr. President. The next file, as you said, is a central system of knowledge of the 4 indigenous peoples submitted by Colombia. The ancestral system of knowledge of the 4 people of the Sierra Nevada de Santa Marta is composed of the sacred mandates that keep the existence of the 4 people in harmony with both the physical and the spiritual universe. The evaluation body considered that the nomination meets all 5 criteria. The file well explained that the element is transmitted from generation to generation through cultural practice, community activities, the use of the indigenous language, and the implementation of the sacred mandates. In conclusion, the evaluation body recommends the inscription of this element on the representative list.
Merci beaucoup à l'organe d'évaluation. The Bureau did not receive any request for debate or amendment for this file. May I therefore ask the committee to adopt the draft decision on this file as a whole. Decision 17.com 7.b.3. I see no objection. So therefore I declare decision 17.com 7.b.3 as adopted. Felicidades, Colombia.
Señor presidente del comité y representante de los Estados miembros de la UNESCO. Soy indígena Arhuaca, embajadora de Colombia ante la ONU en Nueva York. Quiero agradecer a la UNESCO y al gobierno de Marruecos por hospedar este gran evento. Y ande mi UNESCO Naba, el gobierno Marruecos, Zainarini, la madre tierra que tiene la capacidad de producir la vida. Por eso las mujeres somos la tierra. Desde que se creó la luz del mundo, los pueblos indígenas tenemos la misión de cuidar la tierra y salvar el mundo. Es necesario reconocer que nuestro conocimiento tradicional es tan válido y actual como el conocimiento científico. Muchas gracias.
Los pueblos Cogis, Arhuaco, Wiwa y Cancuamo, desde la ley de origen, tenemos el legado de cuidar el corazón del mundo y la vida en el universo, nuestro principio de unidad con la naturaleza, los seres que equilibran la vida, protegen nuestro sistema de espacios sagrados y el territorio ancestral. Nuestra responsabilidad es transmitir este conocimiento a las nuevas generaciones. Nuestras autoridades espirituales, mamos y sagas, hacen el llamado al mundo a repensar esta relación que conlleve a la paz total con la naturaleza.
El reconocimiento y protección de este sistema de saberes ancestrales es un compromiso del Gobierno del Cambio. En el llamado internacional que ha hecho nuestro presidente Gustavo Petro de lucha contra el cambio climático. Nuestra responsabilidad ética, espiritual y política del cuidado del planeta demuestra el rol de la cultura en el cumplimiento de los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible, la búsqueda de la paz total.
Desde el gobierno territorial del Magdalena hemos acompañado a los pueblos indígenas de la sierra en el reconocimiento de sus saberes ancestrales. Ellos nos inspiran y aportan a la lucha por el cambio y la transformación social que impulsamos en nuestra región para construir un país más justo, incluyente, con oportunidades colectivas, que se reconozca en la diversidad cultural. Invitamos a profundizar en su conocimiento en un diálogo de saberes con ellos este jueves a las 6 p.m. en el Salón del Buró. Muchas gracias.
Encore une fois, félicitations à la Colombie pour cette inscription. So let us examine the nomination from Croatia. Festivity of Saint Trifon and the Kolo chain dance of Saint Trifon, traditions of Croats from Boka, Kotorska, Bay of Kotor, who live in the Republic of Croatia. I now give the floor to the chairperson of the evaluation body so that he can share with us the findings of the body on this nomination. You have the floor. Thank you.
Very much. Thank you very much. The next file is Festivity of Saint Trifon and the Kolo of Saint Trifon, traditions of Croats from Boka Kotorska, who live in the Republic of Croatia, submitted by Croatia. The element involves a religious recital to Saint Trifon, as well as a chain dance performed. This practiced during February and March each year. The bearers are Boka Croats, who gathers in confraternities. The evaluation body considered that the nomination meets all 5 criteria. The file explains the social and cultural function of the element, and provide information on the proposed safeguarding measures, which include financial support, education, and promoting the element through the media. The body noted that it will be important for the state party to share safeguarding experience with other state parties with similar elements. In conclusion, the evaluation body recommends the inscription of this element on the representative list. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Merci beaucoup à l'organe d'évaluation. The Bureau did not receive any request for debate or amendment for this file. So may I therefore ask the committee to adopt the draft decision on this file as a whole. Decision 17.com 7.b.4. I see no objection. Therefore, I declare the decision 17.com 7.b.4 as adopted. Congratulations to Croatia. I think that we have a video for 2 minutes. And there is, okay. You have the floor, Croatia.
Thank you. Dear Mr. Chair, on the behalf of the Croatian delegation, we would like to thank you on your wise chairmanship and for the warm hospitality in beautiful Morocco. Now we would like to give the floor to Mrs. Nina Obuljen Koržinek, Minister of Culture and Media of the Republic of Croatia. Thank you.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I'm using this opportunity to greet the members of the Intergovernmental Committee for the Safeguarding of the Intangible Cultural Heritage, the Secretariat of the 2003 Convention, members of the cultural sector, as well as representatives of all member states. It is an exceptional honor to share with you the joy of inscription of the festivity of St. Trifon and the kolo, chain dance of St. Trifon, traditions of Croats from the Bay of Kotor who live in the Republic of Croatia, on the representative list of the intangible cultural heritage of humanity. The festivity of St. Trifon and the kolo of St. Trifon, traditions of Croats from the Bay of Kotor who live in the Republic of Croatia, are part of the cultural heritage of the Croats of Boka, also known as the Bokelji. They brought their heritage with them when they immigrated from Boka Kotorska. The tradition of the Boka Navy, a historical Mediterranean fraternity of sailors and the guild associations originating in the Bay of Kotor, is an inseparable part of the identity, history, culture, and tradition of Croats from the Bay of Kotor. The Croatian people were pivotal in the creation and preservation of the Boka Navy and its cultural traditions, the traditions of the St. Trifon. Each year, the Bokelji, various Croatian cities come together to celebrate St. Trifon in the squares and streets. We are sure that the barriers who have already been promoting this tradition with this inscription will involve even more than the new generations who will pass on the significance of this exceptional intangible heritage to future generations. Thank you all very much for your cooperation. I'm really sorry I was unable to be with you in Morocco, and I congratulate to all other member states who have successfully completed the processes of inscription. Jointly, we all share care and we really strive to preserve our intangible heritage. Thank you very much.
Félicitations encore une fois à la Croatie. Congratulations. So let's move now to examine the nomination from Cuba, knowledge of the light from masters. And the Bureau has received an amendment to draft decision submitted by Brazil. Oui, et je vais donner bien sûr la parole à l'organe d'évaluation pour présenter l'élément. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. As you say, the next file is knowledge of the Lightroom masters submitted by Cuba. The Lightroom masters' knowledge is a set of traditional, scientific, sensory, and innovative knowledge and techniques that ensure the safeguarding of Cuban Lightroom manufacturing, based on continuous mixture process and successive natural aging. The evaluation body considered that criteria R4 and R5 are met, but that the information provided in the file is not sufficient to determine whether criteria R1, R2, and R3 are satisfied. The body noted that the file focused on Lightroom as a product, and there is no sufficient explanation on the element's social function and cultural meanings. In addition, the file does not provide enough information about the knowledge and skills associated with the process of making Lightroom. Although the file provides brief information on proposed safeguarding measures, they are mainly related to the promotion of the Lightroom as a product, to regulate and control commercial rights concerning Lightroom producers, and to regulate the room production process, and to restrict access to new producers in case of the inscription in the representative list. For this reason, the evaluation body recommends that this nomination be referred to the submitting state. Thank you very much.
Merci à l'organe d'évaluation. Comme je disais tout à l'heure, donc le secrétariat du bureau a reçu un amendement soumis par le Brésil et qui est soutenu par l'Angola, l'Éthiopie, le Panama, le Paraguay, le Pérou, le Rwanda, le Vietnam et le Burkina Faso pour l'instant. La parole est aux membres du comité. Il faudrait peut-être afficher l'amendement proposé. Et je demanderai évidemment au Brésil de présenter l'amendement. The floor is yours, Brazil.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Brazil is grateful to Cuba for proposing to inscribe an element linked to the centuries-old tradition associated with the art of transmitting a system of traditional scientific and sensory knowledge through oral expressions. The file is of an unusual but very important typology of intangible heritage, and we believe that will contribute to, we have a more diversity on the representative list. It has not been common in the Latin American and Caribbean region to submit dossiers associated with this domain on intangible heritage. However, the national inventories reflect the regional potential in terms of elements of intangible heritage related to agribusiness. We also thank the evaluation body for its recommendation to the committee and to the state part. The perceptions of those experts is always a good starting point for the discussions that you may have within the committee. According to the nomination dossier and the information provided by the state concerned, the art of transmitting the knowledge of the masters of Cuban Lightroom constitute a social practice within the manufacturing spaces and cultural rituals linked to the art of transmitting knowledge associated with nature and climate, due to their direct impact on the process of selection, blending, and aging of honing and spirits in a natural way. In this sense, Mr. Chairman, following the arguments previously expressed by Grulak on the reasons for opening the debate, we would like to ask the concerned party to clarify the nature, social function, and cultural meanings of the element, as well who is considered the cultural bearers of this cultural practice. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Merci beaucoup, le Brésil. Maintenant, je voudrais donner la parole à Cuba pour leur permettre de répondre à la question posée par le Brésil. Merci beaucoup.
Sí, muchas gracias, señor presidente. Vamos a ser muy precisos para responder las preguntas. El arte de la transmisión de los saberes de los maestros del ron ligero cubano es una tradición centenaria en Cuba que consiste en utilizar la expresión oral corporal de conocimientos tradicionales, científicos y sensoriales de los cuales los maestros roneros son depositarios, al mismo tiempo deben transmitir a las futuras generaciones. Las prácticas de transmisión se desarrollan de manera cotidiana, continua, diaria, sobre todo en los espacios fabriles y espacios donde laboran, transitan y viven estos maestros que son la comunidad aportadora en sí. Constituye una práctica social dentro de esos espacios, comprende el arte de la transmisión de los conocimientos asociados a la naturaleza, al clima, a la incidencia directa de los procesos de selección y mezcla. Estos elementos constituyen el ámbito fundamental de este patrimonio inmaterial conforme al artículo 2 de la Convención, que quedaron reflejados en el expediente, en la sección 1, página 3 del expediente 1724. La selección del dominio de la candidatura presentada respondía al arte de la transmisión, a las prácticas sociales, no al arte de la fabricación artesanal. Desde el punto de vista social es importante entender que esa función está ligada al arte de la transmisión, no al producto en sí mismo. A lo largo de este expediente se hace énfasis en este elemento y es la sección 1.2 del párrafo 1, página 3 del expediente de candidatura 1724. Es importante también resaltar que esta función social está ligada a la formación de las nuevas generaciones de una tradición centenaria que se desarrolla en Cuba, y es muy importante entender esto en el sentido de que desde 1493 la caña de azúcar es un elemento fundamental en la formación de la nación cubana. Por tanto, la estructura social en ingenios, en los centrales, en los bateyes, que son comunidades englomerados que concentran estas comunidades, hay una función muy importante de estas figuras dentro de los espacios fabriles y también en los bateyes y en los centrales donde habitan y coexisten, transmitiendo, rescatando este valor de la transmisión entre maestro y aprendiz. Es fundamental, este saber no está escrito. Este saber no constituye una receta, no fueron desplegadas las maneras en que se fabrica el ron porque no es la naturaleza de este expediente. La función social promueve el trabajo colectivo, la solidaridad, el intercambio de las buenas prácticas. No son conocimientos o saberes asociados a una marca o a una fábrica específica, es una tradición centenaria transmitida de valor de generación en generación. Poseen un código de ética, valores compartidas, la sensibilidad también en cuanto a todo el componente histórico y social que incluye el elemento y que transmite también los valores fundamentales de la cultura cubana. No es posible entender la historia de Cuba si no entendemos el proceso de formación que está basado en esta agroindustria azucarera, del cual los conocimientos de estos maestros se desarrollaron a partir del mismo desarrollo de este complejo y que forma parte ineludible de las comunidades que habiten en estos espacios sociales, que son la célula fundamental que constituyó y que permitió la función integradora de todos los vareros originarios de la nación cubana. En relación a estas dos preguntas la hemos trasladado en cuanto a la naturaleza del elemento y su función social, que reitero, descansa en el arte de la transmisión, en rescatar un oficio el cual la UNESCO deberá proteger, asociado al arte de transmitir de persona a persona. No se estudia los saberes de los maestros, no hay un curso de etnología, no se va a una academia ni los maestros van a formar a otras personas, simplemente se da en los espacios fabriles y en las comunidades portadoras. Fundamentalmente es una comunidad que la integran los maestros, los aprendices y también otros espacios y otras comunidades mucho más alejadas que tienen que ver con las personas que trabajan en estos espacios fabriles y que son fundamentales para el entramado social de los pueblos y de los bateyes, de los centrales y de los que tienen su origen en el ingenio cubano y que forman parte de la base de la nacionalidad cubana y de la historia de la nación.
Merci beaucoup, Madame l'ambassadeur. Je donne la parole pour le moment à l'Inde, qui sera... L'Inde, et puis à l'Éthiopie, je pense. Oui, Panama. Angola. La République tchèque. Vietnam. Yes, Tim, can you read the list, please, of speakers? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson, and if you could bring down your plate once I read your country's name. We have India, Ethiopia, Angola, Czechia, Botswana, Vietnam, Slovakia, Saudi Arabia, Morocco, Peru, Cote d'Ivoire, and Panama. Sorry. Oh, sorry. Okay. Panama after Ethiopia. Sorry, I'll reread. And then we have Uzbekistan. And Bangladesh. Okay, allow me to reread just so that we are clear. The list is as follows: India, Ethiopia, Panama, Angola, Czechia, Botswana, Vietnam, Slovakia, Saudi Arabia, Morocco, Peru, Cote d'Ivoire, Uzbekistan, and Bangladesh.
India, you have the floor. Excellency, please.
Excellency, we are poised at one of the most important discussions that has faced this convention. This discussion is going to be a discussion between aspirations versus technicalities. The very last statement of the distinguished representative of Cuba was, "This nomination is closely related to the history of my country and culture." Madam Ambassador, I salute the history of your country and of your culture. Madam Ambassador, I salute my brothers and sisters, the people of Cuba. Madam Ambassador, you are here furthering this case, and this is for the committee to decide what will stand: the aspirations of a rising third world country with a low per capita income, trying to establish itself and its cultural heritage, faced with the technicalities of today's modern world. What will stand? We are at a pivotal moment, Madam Ambassador. And with that, I have a question for Cuba. Based on what I had heard from the president of the evaluation body on the issue of criteria R2, it has been seen, not just with this particular nomination, it has been seen with multiple nominations in the past. The R2 criteria is not a very easy criteria. There are recurring issues with R2. The evaluation body, I'm glad that the President mentioned it, the President of the evaluation body mentioned it, that the evaluation body did not refer or reject any file solely on the basis of this criteria. And for that, I congratulate the evaluation body. Further, the evaluation body also took note of the discussions on the global reflection of the listing mechanism. These are the 3 points which I saw on your listing. With that, Excellency, I have a question for the distinguished ambassador of Cuba. According to the information presented by the state party, inscription of the element knowledge of the light rum masters would contribute to ensuring its preservation and a recognition of the value of its intangible heritage associated with oral transmission of traditional knowledge, the historical, cultural, and symbolic values it holds for communities that are in keeping with the value of harmony with the environment, eco-culture, and sustainable development. In addition to this information, we would appreciate if the state party could further elaborate on other aspects related to how the inscription of this element could contribute to the objectives of this convention. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur l'ambassadeur. Je pense que je vais continuer de donner la parole tout de suite. Ok. Donc, je donne la parole tout de suite à Cuba et puis je reprends la liste. Madame l'ambassadeur, la parole est à vous pour la réponse. Merci.
Sí, muchas gracias, señor presidente. Agradezco a su excelencia, el embajador de la India, por sus emotivas palabras con mi pueblo y mi país, y agradezco también su pregunta, que nos permite hacer énfasis en una cuestión muy importante, también difusa, sobre cómo ven las comunidades que su patrimonio pueda, aportar a la visibilidad del patrimonio inmaterial y cómo también el patrimonio inmaterial aporta a la preservación de estas comunidades. A nuestro juicio, la mayor contribución que aportaría esta declaratoria es el reconocimiento por la UNESCO de una tradición centenaria que descansa en el valor de la transmisión oral, corporal y sensorial de los saberes y conocimientos. Estos saberes son resultado de la creatividad humana y no han sido reemplazados ni sustituidos por la tecnología. En un país como el nuestro, asediado por políticas de bloqueo, ha sido compleja la industrialización, la maquinación, y resulta fundamental la preservación de este tipo de tradiciones centenarias asociadas al complejo agroindustrial azucarero desde 1493, que entró la caña de azúcar a Cuba y posteriormente consolidado en 1862, y esta declaratoria facilitará las prácticas de transmisión que se dan en los espacios fabriles que propician una mejor relación entre la comunidad portadora activa y otros receptores que participan, y contribuirá a mejor procesos de captación. La declaratoria reforzará nuestro juicio, y así lo refleja el expediente de la candidatura, esa relación entre el patrimonio inmaterial, el patrimonio industrial, el patrimonio natural y también el edificado, ya que muchos de esos espacios fabriles, naves de añejamientos y otros espacios se ubican dentro de territorios declarados patrimonio de la humanidad y también monumentos nacionales. Por tanto, nos permite una mejor gestión integral del patrimonio y conectar con algo que ha sido una prioridad de esta convención, las sinergias con otras convenciones del UNESCO. Permitirá reconocer además una tradición que se ha transmitido de generación en generación como herencia cultural, su surgimiento vinculado, como decía, al proceso agroindustrial. Los maestros no solo son portadores de un saber asociado a un producto, sino son también portadores de la cultura cubana, y eso tiene que quedar reflejado en todos los procesos en los que participan, sellando ese sabor líquido de lo cubano en todo su proceso de transmisión y de creación. La declaratoria también facilitará la interrelación de comunidades, de portadores, y sobre todo también, señor presidente y a mi querido y estimado su excelencia el embajador de la India, esta es una candidatura que permite la confluencia de distintos grupos etnoculturales que forman y conforman la nacionalidad cubana, y que es además un proceso de transculturación muy propio de nuestra nación que sustenta la formación de Cuba. Es un ajiaco cultural, como decía nuestro gran Fernando Ortiz, que favorece el diálogo y también el respeto a la diversidad y a la creatividad humana. Y, por supuesto, es un elemento que promueve el diálogo intergeneracional. Así quedó recogido en la sesión 2.3, párrafo 1, párrafo 7 del expediente de candidatura. Quedó recogido en la sesión 2.1, párrafo 1, página 6 del expediente de candidatura. Estos serían, al juicio de la comunidad portadora y también de nuestra delegación, los principales aspectos que contribuirían a la visibilidad de este elemento y también a la visibilidad de la convención en la salvaguardia de un saber, de una transmisión oral que es fundamental para los pequeños estados insulares en desarrollo y su historia también. Muchas gracias.
Je remercie Madame l'ambassadeur de Cuba. Je voudrais juste rappeler éventuellement s'il y a d'autres questions et que Cuba ou d'autres délégations aient à répondre, qu'ils aillent directement à la réponse pour que nous puissions essayer de rationaliser le temps qui nous reste pour que nous puissions avancer autant que faire se peut sur les dossiers. Merci beaucoup. La parole maintenant est à l'Éthiopie. Ethiopia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to express my satisfaction with the information provided by the ambassador of Cuba on the aspects related how the inscription of this element could contribute to the visibility of the international cultural heritage. It will make possible to preserve and recognize the value of the intangible cultural heritage associated with the transmission of traditional knowledge related to handcraft manufacturing process of natural, autogenous products with historical, cultural, and symbolic values for the communities in harmony with the environment, eco-culture, and sustainable development. It will also raise awareness of the importance of centuries-old traditions which are based on the value of oral, corporal, and sensorial transmission of knowledge and practices as vehicles of intangible heritage. This knowledge is the result of human creativity and has not been replaced or substituted by technology anymore. The declaration will encourage the transmission of practices that take place in the factors to foster a better relationship among the communities, promoting intercultural and intergenerational dialogue. The inscription of this element in the representative list of intangible cultural heritage would highlight the diversity of not only Cuban but also Caribbean intangible heritage at the international level, as well as its connection with other areas and the expressions of heritage such as traditional and popular festivals, culinary traditions, musical and danceable manifestations. Finally, in conclusion, it would facilitate a better interaction between different types of heritage, such as the intangible, natural, built, and industrial heritage. This promotes an integral management of all these heritages, favoring sustainable development based on culture. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Ethiopia. And now I'm giving the floor to Panama. Panama, you have the floor.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente, estimados miembros del Comité Evaluador. Nos sentimos muy satisfechos con las respuestas que nos ha dado Cuba a través de sus dos intervenciones y desde el punto de vista técnico tenemos que resaltar que ya hemos pasado, sea sombrero, sea cerámica, sea pizza o cualquier objeto artesanal o de consumo, que una vez que es evaluado, así sea recomendado o referido, cuando llega a las comunidades la gente dice se inscribió el sombrero, se inscribió la cerámica, se inscribió la pizza y dirán se inscribió el ron. Pero ese no ha sido el espíritu, es la simplificación de las comunidades cada vez que se refieren a un objeto de esta naturaleza. Y sacrificar un expediente por los temores que ya le tenemos a los aspectos de comercialización no me parece, y sobre todo cuando aquí hay una cadena de conocimientos desde la tierra, desde la siembra de la caña hasta el último elemento. Los maestros roneros son la simbología de esa cadena de valor de conocimientos. Entonces felicitamos al pueblo cubano. Creo que este es el momento para que abramos espacios de discusión para los técnicos de las distintas comunidades y para los expertos en la evaluación, para que entendamos y empujemos un poquito más la forma de presentar todas estas candidaturas relacionadas con artesanías, ya sean de consumo, ya sean de práctica, porque no todas llevan la misma dirección en materia económica, pero eso no es culpa de la artesanía ni de ese conocimiento. Es el interés que en un momento determinado pone el pueblo y la comunidad en consumirlo. Y creo que eso no se puede sacrificar porque ante todo hay una tradición. Hay un pueblo que lo practica, que lo valora, que lo comparte y que también representa su identidad. Y esto es primero.
Merci beaucoup, Panama. Je donne la parole maintenant à l'Angola. Angola, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to thank the reports of the evaluation body, but antes de más, expresar mi satisfacción por la información dada por la embajadora de Cuba. it was clear that, first of all, we come back to the point previously raised, that the importance of the dialogue. And with this, and opening this process, we had the chance to understand better what the process is about. It's not about the Rom, but it's about knowledge. The knowledge of this art of doing the light Rom, and not the Rom itself. Also, as immaterial, intangible culture, one of the ways of transmit it is the oral way, which is, we can clearly see it in this process and in this art. It's also a process that is used to generation transmission, and it's important. This transmission is important, or we can have the risk of to lose this centenary culture, and is a culture that's worth keeping, and is part of the identity, as others said before me, the identity of the people of Cuba. I thank you.
Merci beaucoup à l'Angola. And now I give the floor to Czechia Republic. Czechia, you have the floor.
Yes. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. It's very nice to see the dedication and excitement of the Cuban delegation and the other delegations in the best sense of the word. I would like to sum up our findings, also after hearing the explanations. We studied the file with great interest and appreciation of the community spirit and the significance of the light rum masters' knowledge in the manufacturing process, as well as their high profile as very important symbols of the rum culture. From our own experience, we know how difficult it sometimes is to draft the nomination file in such a way that all questions are answered, and the essence of the element, the safeguarding strategy and the role of communities are described in a way that is comprehensive enough and comprehensible also to people from different cultural backgrounds. We regret to say that we do not find the presentation of the element satisfactory, and we have not been convinced by the explanation that has been given to us. The main issue, in our opinion, lies in the very definition of the element, which is not factual enough to understand what exactly is being nominated. It has been repeated many times, the word transmission, but transmission of what? What kind of knowledge? What kind of know-how? It is explained that it is the knowledge of the light rum masters. Her Excellency, Cuban ambassador, added transmission of knowledge, but we still do not understand what this knowledge consists in. For people who are outsiders to this tradition, it is quite difficult to imagine. Besides, we still lack a clear explanation about the interconnectedness of the rum masters with the rest of the rum-making community, or especially about the roles their know-how plays from the perspective of Cuban society in general, although it has been mentioned that such connections exist. Another problem is the missing concrete information concerning participation of the community in planning and especially implementation of the safeguarding measures, which is absolutely crucial for successful safeguarding. Even Section 4 is silent about this part of the drafting process. So, to sum up our findings, the Czech delegation believes that an element with such a potential and dedicated community of practitioners deserves much better presentation that it has received in the file, and we would strongly encourage Cuba to use this opportunity and reflection to revise the file completed with all missing information, provide a good quality translation as well, and resubmit a new version that will adequately represent what the community and the drafters actually had on their minds. And because the dialogue has been mentioned many times already, maybe we would ask the representatives of the evaluation body, could you once more explain to all the committee members why you didn't use the dialogue option here, why you think it was not sufficient to resolve the problems of the file? Thank you.
Merci beaucoup à la République tchèque. Il y a une question qui a été posée à l'organe d'évaluation. Donc je donne la parole à l'organe d'évaluation pour pouvoir répondre. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Well, I want to reply, to answer to your question, distinguished delegates. Before on behalf of the body, with your permission, I would like to remind that the body does not evaluate the element itself. In any case, we evaluate the element. We evaluate only the information provided in the file by the state party. We cannot, as my colleague Kirk, the rapporteur of the body, said before, we cannot base our evaluation on personal knowledge or external information. We have to evaluate the information provided by the state, and our evaluation is not related to the element, but to the information provided by the state. In this case, it was impossible to use the dialogue option. Why? Because when the dialogue process was established, it was said that we can use the dialogue only for a specific question that requires a specific answer. Paragraph 55 of the operational directives say this, and the body, also the previous body, implement this paragraph in this way. So when the body thinks that there is a specific issues in the file and that the body can clarify these issues asking a specific question to the state party, so we use the dialogue option. But we cannot use the dialogue option for giving the opportunity to the state party to add more information or to rewrite the dossier. In this case, the problem was not that we debate about more than one criterion. The problem was that the body found a lot of issues that was impossible to resolve with a specific question. It was important issues related to the definition of the element, relating the safeguarding measures. So it was impossible for us to ask to use the dialogue process. I hope to answer to the question, Mr. President, but I remain at disposal of the members of the committee for other requests. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup à Monsieur le Président de l'organe d'évaluation. Maintenant, j'aimerais donner la parole au Botswana. Botswana, you have the floor.
Thank you very much for the opportunity, Mr. Chairperson. As Botswana would like to say, we have had the Cuban ambassador, and we are happy with her submission. And with the amendments proposed by Brazil and supported by the countries listed as co-sponsors, we would like to add our name to the list as a co-sponsor. I thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Ministre, pour votre intervention. La parole maintenant est au Vietnam. Le Vietnam, vous avez la parole.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Vietnam wishes to express its
satisfaction with information provided by Cuba on the aspect related to how the inscription of this element could contribute to the visibility of the intangible cultural heritage. It will also raise awareness of the importance of the knowledge of the light drum masters of a centuries-old tradition. This knowledge is a result of the human creativity and has not been replaced or substituted by technology. Therefore, Vietnam supports the encryption of the file. I thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you, Vietnam. Now I'm giving the floor to Slovakia. Slovakia, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I would also like to thank very much Cuba for their detailed complementing explanation. Because Slovakia is a new member of the committee, at this moment we are a little bit confused. The main question we are having is about effectivity and consistency of the decision-making process by this committee. The decision-making process of the committee has so far been very consistent and effective, and this thanks to the existence of the working agreements. They were respected in the past, since out of 22 files with 3 or more criteria not fulfilled over the last 5 years, no nomination file has been inscribed. This we find as key in ensuring the credibility and effectiveness of the committee. We consider the proper and understandable description of the element in the file very important and crucial for the understanding of the element for the widest public. To paraphrase the beautiful words of our colleague, the distinguished delegate of Bangladesh said yesterday, every ICH counts because every community counts. We think it is exactly the communities and their precious ICH that deserve a comprehensive, clear description in files and on the UNESCO webpage and all corresponding online tools contributing to the awareness raising of the safeguarding ICH worldwide. We are really looking forward to what our discussion brings. Thank you.
Je remercie beaucoup la Slovaquie. Je vous rappelle qu'il nous reste à peu près 5 à 6 minutes avant de lever la session de cet après-midi, à moins que les membres du comité en décident autrement. Donc voilà, et évidemment nous reprendrons la discussion demain matin, bien sûr, sur ce dossier. Maintenant, je voudrais donner la parole à l'Arabie Saoudite. Mamlaka al-Arabia Saoudite.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would make this quick. First of all, we would like to thank the State Party for the continuous dialogue, which clarified issues in reference to criterion R2. Saudi Arabia also believes that the file will raise awareness of the importance of centuries-old traditions, which are based on the value of oral, corporal, and sensorial transmission of knowledge and practices as vehicles of intangible heritage, encouraging the transmission practices that take place in the factories to foster a better relationship among the communities, promoting intercultural and intergenerational dialogue. Thank you very much.
Je remercie beaucoup l'Arabie Saoudite. Maintenant, je donne la parole au Maroc. Le Maroc, vous avez la parole.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je vais essayer d'être très bref. Donc, bien sûr, ma délégation reste cohérente et rappelle la teneur de son intervention d'ordre général faite lors de l'examen du rapport de l'organe d'évaluation quant à l'équilibre des inscriptions entre les différentes régions du monde et la visibilité du patrimoine culturel et matériel à l'échelle mondiale. Pour cet élément relatif au savoir-faire des maîtres du Roum léger, nous pensons que Madame l'ambassadeur délégué permanent du Cuba a donné suffisamment d'explications et d'argumentations qui permettent de faciliter nos débats. Nous adhérons également aux avis favorables de plusieurs délégations qui se sont exprimées précédemment et pour cela, nous sommes favorables à l'inscription de cet élément qui revêt une importance sociale certaine pour les communautés cubaines concernées. Et je demande l'ajout du Maroc comme sponsor de l'amendement du Brésil. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Merci au Maroc. Je pense que le dernier intervenant sera le Pérou et nous lèverons la session juste après l'intervention du Pérou pour reprendre demain matin. La parole est au Pérou.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. Para la delegación peruana también han sido satisfactorias las explicaciones brindadas por la señora embajadora de Cuba. Para nosotros, en primer lugar, queríamos resaltar la enorme complejidad que puede tener la evaluación de expedientes sobre productos finales, que es muy diferente a evaluar expresiones como danzas, músicas, que quizás sean más fácil de identificar dentro del universo de elementos de patrimonio inmaterial. Sin embargo, justamente debido a esta complejidad, consideramos que se necesita ver más allá del producto final, se necesita ver el sustento de cada una de estas expresiones, y en el caso del ron cubano podemos ver el sustento a partir de su significado social y cultural y de las transmisiones que tienen dentro de una comunidad de portadores bastante circunscrita. En ese sentido, creemos que el criterio 2 se cumple porque nos permite profundizar el conocimiento sobre características sociales y culturales que han significado al patrimonio cultural y material, y en particular a productos artesanales, ¿no? Y no solamente hacia el producto final, sino a todo lo que significa él para la identidad de los pueblos. Muchas gracias.
Je remercie le Pérou. Thank you, Pérou. Je rappelle, ce sera le dernier intervenant pour la session de cet après-midi. Je rappelle donc que demain, nous reprendrons à 9h30. Nous commencerons, et je relis la liste, par la Côte d'Ivoire, sur le même sujet évidemment, et sur le même élément. La Côte d'Ivoire, l'Ouzbékistan, le Bangladesh, la Suisse et le Paraguay. Voilà, donc ce sera l'ordre d'intervention demain. I would like just... excuse me. Brazil, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Chair, just to say that Côte d'Ivoire is also sponsoring our resolution, our draft resolution.
La Côte d'Ivoire est co-auteur, c'est ce que vient d'annoncer le Brésil, de l'amendement. Merci.
Excusez-moi, Monsieur le Président, le Sénégal aussi a appuyé.
Pardon?
Le Sénégal a appuyé cet amendement.
Je parle maintenant. Non, je parle des membres du comité. Je parle uniquement des membres du comité. Voilà. Et ce serait bien que la Côte d'Ivoire s'exprime elle-même par rapport à voilà, le fait de sponsoriser l'amendement présenté par le Brésil. Vous avez la parole.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. En fait, depuis hier nuit, nous avons envoyé effectivement un mail au Brésil pour indiquer clairement que nous soutenons cet amendement. Voilà.
Il fallait l'envoyer aussi au secrétariat. Le secrétariat ne l'a pas reçu. Mais bon, nous enregistrons évidemment le fait que vous souteniez l'amendement du Brésil. Merci la Côte d'Ivoire. Okay. Voilà. Donc, ladies and gentlemen, as I mentioned, we will meet tomorrow at 9 a.m. in the Bureau meeting room. The vice chairpersons as well as our rapporteur, please be there on time so we can begin promptly. The meeting of the Bureau is open to observers. I now pass the floor to the Secretary for some announcements. Thank you. Tim.
Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. I would just like to remind the states who wish to hold performances or present audiovisual material after the examination of their nomination files to please inform the Secretariat as soon as possible in order to facilitate their preparation. I'd also like to remind you that there are several side events taking place this evening, and which are all announced on the calendar of events. Also, and importantly, please, I would like to remind you to leave your headphones on the tables so that they can be charged overnight. If you do not leave your headphones, they may not work tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Tim. With that said, I declare today's session closed. So have a good evening and see you at 9:30 tomorrow. Thank you.